members are in the hall talking, but we'll kind of kick it off so we're all prepared. And so the next bill up for consideration is 23 LSO 192, the Alaska Model of Election Revisions. Anna, you're presenting this as well? Come on forward. Welcome, Ms. Johnson. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this bill draft was requested at the August meeting. It's entitled 23 LSO 192 Election Revisions. The new Wyoming statute 225221 on page 2 creates an open primary system. Subsection B of that section indicates that the top 4 candidates will be nominated in the primary election and their names will be printed on the general election ballot. Subsection C provides for multi-candidate races where the number of candidates nominated will be 4 times the number of open seats for the position. The staff comment on page 3 indicates that Alaska's legislation did not describe how to handle races where there was more than 1 open seat. Subsection C is a placeholder and can be amended or deleted at the committee's discretion. New Wyoming statute 225404 on page 3 describes how vacancies and nomination will be handled. A vacancy and nomination will be filled by the person who received the next highest number of votes or by the state or county central committee. If the person didn't indicate a political party, the vacancy will remain open. New statute 226130, starting on page 5, describes the ranked choice general election process. Subsection A of that section is definitions. Subsection B indicates that all general elections will be conducted by ranked choice elections. Subsection C describes the ranked choice vote counting procedures. Subsection D indicates that ballots containing overvotes or more than 2 skipped rankings will be considered inactive ballots. It also describes how to handle tie votes. Subsection E indicates that once determined to be an inactive ballot, it shall not be counted for any candidate in the current or any subsequent tabulation. Subsection F indicates that the Secretary of State is to promulgate rules pertaining to ranked choice voting. Section 2, starting on page 10, contains conforming amendments, and there's quite a few of those. Section 3, starting on page 42, shows repealed statutes, followed by the language of the repealed statutes. Section 4, starting on page 58, repeats that the Secretary of State shall promulgate all rules necessary to implement the Act, and Section 5 is a split effective date. And I would stand for any questions.
Questions, LSO? The mechanics of the bill? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Secretary of State's office or county clerks have thoughts on this? I know we lost our state elections director. Happy to welcome up the Deputy Secretary of State. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Karen Wheeler, Deputy Secretary of State. And this will be, excuse me, similar to the previous bill that you discussed before lunch. I will provide the fiscal impact that will occur should this bill become legislation. First of all, because this introduces an open primary, we will need to have modifications to our voter registration system, our campaign finance system, the online candidate filing system. Additionally, because it also has ranked choice voting, there will be the additional cost, as Director Schoen brought up on the earlier bill, of $10,000 per county for a total of $230,000 in a biennium. So your overall fiscal impact would be to implement in year 1, $640,055, and then the additional for the ranked choice voting of $230,000. And Mr. Chairman, we would also respectfully request that the effective date of July 1st of 23 be changed to January 1st of 2025. This would be very difficult to make the necessary modifications to all of our systems, test them properly, and implement for an election in 2024. Any
questions for the Deputy Secretary of State? Not seeing any.
Thank you.
County clerks have anything on this one? Mr. Irvin, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Malcolm Irvin, Platte County Clerk and President of the County Clerks Association. And with me is Mary Langford of the association. There's really two components of this bill, and I'll talk about the first. I do have a suggestion on page 2, but that can come later. The first part of this bill really is the open primary, and that's the portion I'm going to take on. I want to be very, very clear before I say anything about this, because I worry what I'm about to say will be construed that we are advocating for an open primary or some sort of modification to the primary process. We are not. In this interim study, and as you study this, we see our task is to comment on what the administration of this election would look like. What are the pros? What are the cons? You've heard some of the cons from Deputy Secretary Wheeler. Cost, of course, but the pros in terms of administration is actually less cost at the county level. And I hate to talk to state representatives and senators this way, but can't think of a time really the state saved the counties a whole lot of money, so thank you. It would require fewer ballot styles for counties in the primary process. Let's use my home county of Platte. The 1-1 ballot style would have 3 different, a Republican, Democrat, and a nonpartisan. In an open primary, there would be a single ballot style. So reducing that cost by having fewer ballot styles. Number 2, fewer judges. That's associated with fewer party changes. In an open primary, we would not see the volume of party changes like we did in this most recent election. So, Mr. Chairman, it would be, staffing for us would be reduced because there would be, in theory, less workload. Number 3, it would actually help with voter confusion because you could eliminate the independent petition process and the minor party convention, which a number of times we hear from voters who perceive that as a way that something nefarious has occurred, where somebody was able to be put on the general election ballot out of nowhere. And Mr. Chairman, an open primary would eliminate that in 2022. If you were interested in running for whatever position you file May 12th through May 27th, that's it. Obviously, write-ins are always a possibility. But Mr. Chairman, I believe in reading this, that would help reduce voter confusion. And again, we're not advocating for any sort of reform. We are just trying to inform you during your interim study. And then Mary will take the second part about ranked choice voting.
Go ahead, Ms. Langford.
Mr. Chairman and committee, the part that I'm going to discuss has to do with the amount of changes that this bill would propose and the training that would be required for the upcoming year, which if you do entertain the amendment to make this bill effective 1/25, that would give some opportunity for training for incoming staff, particularly at the Secretary of State's office, but as well as for county clerks and their staff to learn new systems, especially ranked choice. It would be a learning experience for our staffs to be able to do that. And I think that's it. We're just concerned about the heavy lift of the training and getting the systems in shape to be able to accommodate the new changes.
Questions for the Clerks Association? Saying none.
And Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of suggested changes if that's appropriate. Mr. Chairman, on page 2, it would be line 16. Really, that subsection B does not, it appears to exclude write-in potential because it says the top 4 candidates as opposed to vote recipients. And so throughout that subsection, it really should just tell us that the top 4 candidates in that primary go forward, whether they were a candidate or a write-in. That subsection B just appears it doesn't address write-in potential. And page 31, line 21, and page 33, line 20, it's going to be the same change. Rather than notifying the registered parties with the Secretary of State's office, just to be consistent with other language throughout the election code, the political parties within the county. I know some of our counties may not have the same number of minor parties or active, so there would be no chairman to notify. And so, Mr. Chairman, just to be consistent, ask for those two changes. Thank you.
Yep. Questions on those changes, committee? Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the first one, page 2, line 15B, you were wanting vote recipients?
Mr. Chairman, for instance, on line 17, it would read the top 4 vote recipients of each elective office.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Public testimony on this bill. If you've already said it kind of on the previous bill, we'd encourage you to keep comments short, but also invite anybody up who wants to speak on this one. Sir, front row, come on down. I do have a couple of people online we'll bring in. I only saw 2 hands in the audience and 3 online, so, oh, let me roll check then all of a sudden. How many people want to testify on this bill at some point? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think we need to time, but if you go more than about 2.5 minutes, I'll maybe give you the sign. But welcome back, Mr. Ong. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm Richard Ong from Evanston. Read through this bill, and not to put too fine a point on it, I think it needs to be taken out to the front grass of the Capitol building and have a silver stake driven through it to show you what kind of a guy I am. If you'll supply the stake, I'll delay my journey back to Evanston to accomplish that tonight. I've read through it, and for the life of me, I can't tell what problem is being solved by this proposed legislation. It strikes me as reading the bill is an exercise for masochists or insomniacs, and I say good luck to anybody to read the definition of an inactive ballot and tell me what an inactive ballot is. So there's a complexification in there that I think is unwarranted. I tried to understand this by applying the rule as I understand it in the legislation, and I found that it produces astonishing results, and it gives unusual emphasis or prominence to the choices of the rank losers or the voter voting for the abject loser candidate. I did a simple spreadsheet assuming 100 voters being available to vote for 3 candidates, and if A in the first round gets 49, B gets 30, and C gets 21, then under the traditional way of looking at this, at our elections, A wins by a landslide with margins of 19 and 28 over the second and third candidates. But under this legislation, if the third person whose votes now must be determined according to their second choice, if that person's 21 votes are arbitrarily assigned only to the second candidate, then the second candidate comes out the winner with 30 plus 21, which equals 51, and the former landslide winner loses at 49. Now, obviously, I haven't chosen this particular scenario to reach this result, but it is a scenario that came to mind. The spread between A, B, and C on the initial round might be a little wide. Maybe that doesn't happen. And maybe it can be said that all of the choices of the losing voters would not necessarily go to the number 2 candidate, but that would not be proscribed. It is not an illegal result. It is a possible result. And as with all matters of public endeavor, there is the doctrine of unintended consequences, and it is entirely within the realm of possibility that political activists, political parties, the individual candidates themselves, and their attorneys might find ways to game the system and communicate amongst themselves so that there is a combine, shall we say, an agreement to for everybody to vote for number 2 if their candidate loses. Reminds me of the, again, pardon me, there was a Wall Street Journal article I read many years ago, probably before most of you were born, and it described an Italian town that had decided they were going to deal with a viper problem, and they provided for a bounty on these snakes. And one would think that that led to a diminution of the number of snakes in the town, but in fact, it led to an increase because people found that if they bred snakes, they could collect additional bounties. There's another scenario.
You're on the topic of ranked choice voting, right?
Yes,
For
sir.
Alaska, okay.
A second look at it involving less of a spread and probably a more normal distribution of number 3's votes. So that if it was 37, 35, 28, and the 28 were distributed 16 to number 2 and 12 to number 1, that would still lead under this somewhat manufactured scenario to a loss of by 49. I mean, the number 1 candidate would 49, the second candidate would be 51. So again, it seems pointless legislation. I don't know why, if somebody is just a straight up winner, we're not talking about eye surgery or rocket science. This is naked, everyday retail politics.
Mhm.
And I don't know why we need to depart from the normal way of determining winners and losers in the system. Seems that this approach reflects what might be the endless focus on whether we've got the right definition of a voter and have we got the perfect way of counting in our system, where it seems that the overall problem is that no matter how we count or no matter who wins, we end up with a system, in my personal opinion, where the people we elect don't represent us. The borders have been open since Eisenhower's time. 40,000 some factories have disappeared and gone to China. And
We're still on ranked choice voting, not Italian snakes or factories going overseas.
we're just
Okay.
talking about what happens if we're going to obsess about these details. There are larger issues involved. And Mr. Zuckerberg had 200 million votes in the last election. I only had 1, and we're still dealing with media monopoly. So what the committee is doing with the proposed constitutional amendment is the way to go, and to stay away from this kind of gimmickry, let's put it there. I don't mean to be insulting, I just can't think of a better word. So, thank you, sir.
Good questions. And just, for the sake of the audience, right, all legislation before us has proponents and opponents. And as much as some people do or don't like bills, and it is colorful language to say we're going to stake them to the heart on the front lawn. Some people are really pushing this and are emotionally involved on the other side. So just to be fair to everyone, if we could keep the rhetoric, and to the facts. So questions for Mr. Ong? Seeing none. Thank you again for.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moline, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Ken.
Yeah, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. As per my testimony on previous meetings, we don't support having the ranked choice. We want to have a runoff election. But so I cannot support this bill. It would be less objectionable if we could at least keep the partisan races. The way I understand it, the partisan races may go away, but we feel strongly that we need to keep it, the partisan races with parties. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would sit for any questions you or the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Moline from the Farm Bureau. Any questions? Seeing none. Appreciate it, Brett.
Thank you.
Reverend Lang, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A recent article published in a coordinated Wyoming media blitz started off with this claim, quote, 100 years ago, the election process excluded voters until the general election, unquote. So I read that. I submit that this is patently false, because the truth is that in the decades prior to that, Wyoming and also the United States had voters working together privately before the November elections in order to organize themselves and strengthen their voices. That's what political parties are doing when they are selecting a candidate that they want to run. Now, it's certainly true, as that article also went on to say, that parties can and do fall prey to big moneyed forces that hijack their power. And I think we're seeing that in both national political parties today. But the solution to that problem is for parties to either reform or die. Our history shows how this is done. When Whigs betrayed their party, then other Whigs met in March of 1854 and formed a new party called the Republican Party that made the Whigs irrelevant. And this new Republican Party, within the course of a decade, abolished slavery. And I'm sitting here and looking at this bill draft and imagining what America would be like today if Abraham Lincoln had sought the nomination in an open primary with ranked choice voting. Government interference is always tempting in the short term, but in the long run, it always thwarts the justice and thwarts the voice of the people. And I would submit to you that for decades, Wyoming statute has exerted control over the primary elections of the two major parties, although it did not and does not likewise control all the parties. Minor parties retain their constitutional right to place a name on the November ballot by the action of the party convention alone, as Representative Burt has reminded us prior to the lunch break. This right has been stripped away from the major parties by Title 22, Section 4. And this is an unequal treatment under law. And it has the practical effect of placing the government in a position to control those parties that might actually elect a candidate, but not the parties that have little chance of doing so. My apologies to my libertarian, constitutional, and Green Party friends. So this committee, Mr. Chairman, is right to be re-examining Title 22's control over the selection process of private assemblies. But where it should be relinquishing that control as a matter of constitutional principle, both of the bill drafts considered both before lunch and now LSO 192, they double down control to simply negate the gathering power of any party, now also including the minors. So where they should be returning the constitutional principles, these use the force of law to deny the right of assembly and petition to all parties. So let's be clear, the open primary provision of this bill would negate the First Amendment right of assembly by forcing a political party, no matter how small, to allow all 100% of voters to choose their own candidate for the November ballot. And ranked choice voting on top of that, or instant runoff, however you put it, would interfere further by imposing another layer of control, so that taken together, both of these provisions are unjust and unconstitutional in principle, whether the party represents 10% or 20% or 50% of the population. Now, I've been wondering why I might speak to this as a pastor and community leader, but it seems clear. I spend a lot of my time gathering people together so that we can cooperate and accomplish great things for the state of Wyoming. And in that capacity, I am pleading with this committee not to restrict the power of these friendly assemblies, but to allow them to organize on a level playing field with all other friendly assemblies that assemble for the benefit of the great state of Wyoming. I sit for questions.
Questions for Mr. Ling? Seeing none. Thank you much for being here, Jonathan.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Gerber, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jeremy Gruber. I'm the SVP of Open Primaries. We're a national nonpartisan organization that conducts research and educates the public and policymakers about primary election systems. I'm here to speak in support of Bill Draft 23 LSO 0192, the Alaska model. My comments, though, are focused solely on the sections of the bill related to open nonpartisan primary elections. And I encourage this committee to seriously consider exploring this or any other legislation to advance this important reform. Put simply, nonpartisan open primaries are about core conservative and what I believe truly American values of fairness and competition. And I respectfully disagree with Mr. Lang's description of my article. The partisanship and voter frustration that existed at the time primaries were created 100 years ago in Wyoming dwarfs even what voters are experiencing today. And the Supreme Court has ruled definitively on these issues and would disagree that this is a constitutional issue at all. Elections in America have always been and should always be by and for the voters, which is why Wyoming voters created primary elections to put voters, not the special interests, in the driver's seat when it came to selecting candidates in the first place. Today, primary elections are the elections that matter most in Wyoming. It's where all the competition and key decision-making occurs. And in the 2020 Wyoming general election, just by way of example, 60% of races were uncontested and only 5% were competitive. That's not news to anyone, and Wyoming voters have recognized for years that they wanted more inclusive primaries, which is why as far back as 1951, the current system of allowing voters to pick either party's ballot on election day was adopted for the very reason that primaries are taxpayer funded, and every voter who pays for an election should be allowed to participate in it fairly. But that system's breaking down. There's just one party primary that matters in Wyoming today. 94% of voters chose the Republican ballot in the 2022 primary this year for that very reason. But that means that fewer Wyoming voters are actually choosing the candidates that then go through an uncompetitive general election and into office. And that means that these elected officials are only accountable to them. The whole system is not just confining voters, but it's confining our elected leaders. We believe nonpartisan open primaries would bring Wyoming's primary election system much closer to where Wyoming voters actually are. Just by way of background, the nonpartisan primary was introduced statewide over 80 years ago by Nebraska Republican Senator George Norris. And you're already familiar with these types of elections because they are the standard form of election at the municipal level in Wyoming. 4 states, Alaska, Washington, Nebraska, and California, now use them statewide, and it's a simple solution, but it has a very strong effect. All candidates, regardless of party, appear on the same ballot with their party affiliation. All voters participate in a single nonpartisan open primary and get to choose from all the candidates. The top candidates advance. That means voters are back in the driver's seat. Elections are more competitive. Participation goes up because everybody can participate equally. And elected leaders are actually empowered to govern because they don't have to only represent small fractions of their constituency, but they are accountable to and representative of everybody. I appreciate that these are important issues to evaluate. I'm happy to support and be a resource to your work in any way as you evaluate these reforms, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Gruber? Not seeing it today, Jeremy. Thank you very much for being here and waiting for the day. Other people wish to testify in this in the audience. Mr. Freeman, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Matt Freeman, I live in Cheyenne proper. And so this one's kind of an interesting one. Out of everything we've been talking about today, this one actually holds some appeal for me as a member of a minor party. The open primary is very interesting to me, but it's buried amongst these 11 semicolons in one period, which kind of begs the question. And so allow me to just read from the fine Wyoming Constitution, Article 3, Section 24. And I'm not going to skip the title since it's actually not part of the process. No bill except general appropriation bills and bills for the codification and general revision of the laws shall be passed containing more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. But if any subject is embraced in any act which is not expressed in the title, such act shall be void, and void only as to such thereof as shall not be so expressed. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest that this bill needs to be broken apart into individual topics, and then we could maybe readdress them. So thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions, Mr. Freeman? Not see any.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case?
Mr. Freeman, thank you very much. And I understand exactly what you're saying, but it's kind of how you define those topics. So this is, we frequently have bills like an act concerning elections, and just the topic is elections. And elections can be a very broad, but so I think we might disagree about what the Constitution implies about that. Legislature's been doing this for a long time. And I don't know of any successful challenges in that area when you have kind of a broad topic like an act concerning elections.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Senator Case, I appreciate that, and I half expected that argument to be made.
Sure.
But we're talking about significant changes to the way we do elections. And I don't think it's fair to put ranked choice voting or runoff elections, whatever we want to call that now, with open primaries. I don't think that's fair to the voters and the people of Wyoming. I think these are standalone issues that should be voted on up or down individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Other people wish to testify? Going once. Welcome back, Ms. Lowe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed committee members. My name is Jen Lowe. I'm Executive Director at the Equality State Policy Center. ESPC is a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for fair elections, transparent government, and thriving communities. First, I'd like to thank you all for your service to the great state of Wyoming. I know for many in this room, this will be your last Joint Corporations Committee meeting, and I would be remiss to not recognize what a privilege it has been to work with the individuals on this committee and the staff that supports it. Thank you very much. Before I start my testimony, I would like to point out that the reason we are even discussing these topics is because Wyomingites told their representatives that they were concerned with the state's election and its integrity. Key among those issues were complaints about crossover voting and then the plurality majority issues. This bill addresses both of those concerns in the most efficient and cost-effective way. I'd like to start with two sections from Article 1 of the Wyoming State Constitution. Article 1, Section 3, Equal Political Rights. Since equality and the enjoyment of natural and civil rights is only made sure through political equality, the laws of this state affecting the political rights and privilege of its citizens shall be without distinction of race, color, sex, or any circumstance or condition whatsoever other than individual competency, etc. Section 27, Elections, free and equal. Elections shall be open, free, and equal, and no power, civil or military, shall at any time interfere to prevent an untrammeled exercise of the right of suffrage. Open, free, and equal. What does that mean? The election issues before you today really boil down to the philosophical beliefs behind voting. Should laws around voting promote equal participation and opportunities to most fully participate? Or should they center on privacy and a more narrow participation in the process? ESPC believes that elections should best reflect the will of the people. The ability to express one's preference for representation is the cornerstone to democracy. In fact, when Reagan signed the extension of the Voting Rights Act in 1981, he said, "For this nation to remain true to its principles, we cannot allow any American's vote to be denied, diluted, or defiled. The right to vote is the crown jewel of American liberties, and we will not see its luster diminished." Open, free, and equal. That is what the Wyoming State Constitution demands. What could be more open than an open primary? It makes the process to run in the primary election more equal to candidates of every political leaning, and this infers equal political rights. as required by the state's constitution. Wyoming is a small state, and we like it that way. And that means there's a strong chance that community members personally know the people that represent them, the sheriff, the county clerk, and your state representatives. More than once, I have heard someone describe their frustration during the primary when they were unable to vote for their preferred candidate because they were a member of a different political party or an unaffiliated candidate. An open primary would allow voters to select their preferred candidate regardless of party affiliation or lack of. In the recent primary election, a number of partisan voters switched their party affiliation to vote in the Republican primary. I've heard many decry crossover voting during the primary. Open primary solves that problem without the cost or constitutional amendment of a runoff election. 94% of voters voted on the same primary ballot. That is essentially an open primary. Now, feel how you may about the results of the primary election. It is clear that the voters of Wyoming spoke and that the process worked. I'm going to skip some of this. You're welcome. I would like to also comment on Representative Duncan's, ranked choice voting comments. It is intuitive to rank your preferences, and I agree that while it may seem confusing, it's not. So I'm going to just cut this short. There are other ways to have an open primary and a general with a top two. Ranked choice voting is just one option. So I stand for any questions.
Questions from Mrs. Lowe? Ms. Lowe? Seeing none, Jen? Oh, Senator Case, yeah.
If we were to pare this bill down just to the open primary concept, is that something you might support?
Chairman, Senator Case, my only concern with that is that there is no way to deal with the general election. That if we go to an open primary, the system that's currently in place wouldn't work. There has to be some sort of recourse in that second election, whether it's a ranked choice or a top two. The two are connected.
I think I agree. Thank you, Ms. Lowe.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
There's two other people, I think. They still want to issue comments. Mr. Mueller, come on down. And then Ms. Russell will close it out. Oh, did I have another one? Sorry. Oh, hi. Multiple Russells in the room. Hi, Jack. Welcome.
I've got to get over here with the green light. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jack Mueller. I'm appearing here today as a private citizen, although my license plate on my car since 1964 has been GOP. So that tells you where I'm coming from. Under this proposed bill, the political parties are really eliminated. And currently, candidates run on a party platform. They claim to be of a particular party, and then the voters make their choice. The choice of the person to be a Republican, a Democrat, a constitutional member party, Green Party, Libertarian, or any party is the choice of the individual. The reason that people, in my estimation, from a political science point of view, is that people choose a party because that party represents their feelings, their philosophy, or their opinion. And therefore, the way it should work is for the political party to say, I want this, or I propose that, and then the party or the people make the choice. Under this bill, that's not really the choice. It's by name, perhaps more than anything else. In this bill, the precinct committee men and committee women of the parties are eliminated in the process. And now that's grassroots. When you vote in the primary, you vote for the precinct committee man or committee woman for your individual party. That translates into a county convention, onto a state convention, to the national convention in the case of nominating conventions for presidential candidates. So I'm opposed to that. We talk about the problem with runoffs, whether we should have them. That's a whole different proposal that we could argue about. I would throw out, however, that other states have used different processes. Colorado, I'm not sure about now, I haven't kept up with it, but until recently, in order to get on the ballot at the appropriate level, whether it's a county commissioner or state senator or governor, you had to get 20% of the convention of your party members at the appropriate level. County convention met and came up with the names to run for precinct, or for the county office, the state convention did, and so on. Colorado had 20%. You had to go to the party and say, okay, that would mean that a maximum of 5 candidates would get on the ballot. That's just, if they all got 20%. That would eliminate some of the candidates that had less support. I know I'm running long, but I think that would be a possibility to consider. I'm not advocating it. But there are other ways. You know, we have the runoff. The open primary to me is just an anathema. And so I'm against it. I would stand for any questions which you have.
Question to Mr. Mueller. Saying.
Yes, Senator, I'm waiting.
Chairman Jordan up there. Thank you, Jack. I don't think there's any questions.
Thank you.
So you, okay. And then Kathy, you also do after, okay. All right, we'll do this, Mrs. Russell first, and then I'll let you close it out.
There's 2 Russells. I'm actually not Russell.
Oh.
My name is Dr. Eric Aguiar. I am
welcome.
a citizen, and I am against this bill 100%. There's a lot of parts of it that I don't agree with, but I'm not going to get into all of it right in 2 minutes. But basically, I'm going to reiterate, I think Mr. Sloan, I believe that was his name, I'm not sure, talked about the numbers. I was sitting there while we were all talking, like, how does this really work? I'm reading through it. And I came up with similar what he came up with, only I used 4 candidates because we're talking about 4, you know. So I put down, if A got 32, if you all had a pencil and paper, give 32 to A, 22 to B, and 20 to C, and 19 to D, according to section 22-6-130, Romanet 2, on lines 13 and 14 in Bill 018192. What would happen is D, who got 19, would be moved up to the next highest ranking, is how it reads, on the ballot. And that would make C the winner of that election. And so that is simply how it works. And I mean, I didn't have a spreadsheet or anything. I just used my pen and paper. But that's basically my whole point on it. And I did read an article by one of the people here in the Cowboy State Daily that said the reason that this bill was being introduced, and a couple people have brought it up, is that there was like a lot of people in one party that voted at our primary. It was like 90, I don't know, was it 94, 95%, something like that? Yeah, and it was 4.6% from what is supposed to be a major political party in this state. And you know, if that's the reason you're doing this, I also agree with a couple of the other speakers that there are simpler, cheaper, and less changing the very function of how we operate with our political parties and our primaries to do this, for as in eliminating or restricting party switching at primaries. You know, of course, everybody in this country has a right to change their political party. You can, you know, that is a right. So I'm kind of against closed primaries, but if you could just give a date and things like that. So, and I just want to close with, this is kind of just I'm just going to make, I guess this is sort of a strong comment. If this bill passes today or passes at any point, I will be filing a referendum with the Secretary of State the next day. Any questions? Sorry.
I kind of want to ask what referendum, but any questions officially? Not seeing any, Ms. Aguilar. Dr. Aguilar, thank you for being here. Now, thank you for being patient, Kathy. Come on down. Welcome back.
Kathy Russell, Executive Director of the Wyoming Republican Party. Well, the party stands in opposition to this bill. I think I can speak for the majority of the members of the State Central Committee. And this would remove the power isn't a good word to use, but it is the power. Everybody is partisan. We've come to the point where we define partisan as either Democrat or Republican, but as Representative Burt and Representative Roscoe have pointed out, we've got independent members who are gaining in voices. There will always be partisan politics. And you form coalitions around a group of people, an idea, a group of ideas, or an agenda. So it will always be there. So the clear intent of this bill, I believe, is to remove the power of the Republican Party, it looks like, but it would definitely kill the Democrat Party for good. One of the things that I noticed when I was reading through the bill is the replacement. If you've got a nominee, and I wouldn't want to use the word nominee, this is not nomination by a political group. This is an election this is just kind of mob rule, for lack of a better word. But if there is if the nominee elected is unqualified, then there's a selection process detailed in the bill. Who determines qualifications? What qualifications? There's only 2 qualifications to run for office. There's absolutely nothing prohibiting anyone who wants to run to run. There is nothing prohibiting anyone from affiliating with a political group, whether it's independent, Republican, Democrat. There's nothing stopping anybody from getting on a ballot in the primary. So I'm not sure what this would add to diversity of candidates, diversity of thought. It's already there. So also I've also already spoken on ranked choice voting, so I will just stop there. Thank you.
Representative Duncan, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Russell, you brought up a statement that makes me ponder. Right now in the primary, there's no qualification. So if you are a representative, or if you are wanting to run for representative, and you are in any of the Democrat or the Republican, currently you can put your name in. There's no qualification, is there?
Age and residency. But
Age and residency.
Right.
is that what you? Yeah.
Yes. Because the nomination process has been taken away from the partisan groups, and I'm including everyone, all of the parties, whether they're agreeing Constitution, all the rest. Well, I take that back. As was already pointed out, only the Democrat and Republican parties are forced to do their nomination selection through the primary ballot. That's my understanding.
Believe that to be true. Yeah. The minor parties have basic caucus systems and don't have to do it as early as the primary. Okay. Another question? Go ahead.
You guys missed.
Yeah, she didn't answer.
Oh, what was your question, Representative Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was, you made the comment that the open primary would remove the qualification process for the nominees. Wasn't that what was stated? That's what I heard. And so I'm asking.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
I'll clarify.
Okay.
The qualification through the party, the coalition they're affiliated with.
Okay.
Do you have
Tag on?
Yeah.
questions in our case?
So being in the party is a self-identification. So anyone can run in a party primary without being blessed by the party.
Correct.
So one's the difference between the open primary, which maybe has no qualifications, and a party primary, which has no qualifications except for you say you are of that party, seems pretty moot to me.
It is because of the laws that have already been in place. What this bill adds is it removes the ability to select our precinct committee people. And the way I read the bill, it could also interfere with central committee nominations and elections. It's not clear to me how that would play out.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
So does that matter to political parties, how they choose their precinct people? Because I hear even a proposal to remove the parties completely from the primary process. So I'm a little confused about that.
I'm confused about your question. I'm sorry.
Right now, the party gets their nominees for their precinct committee men and women at the primary election is where they run. And even though that's taxpayer funded by everyone, because they're a major political party, they get that opportunity to select their precinct people at a wide level. The question I think is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would the party prefer not to have that and have an internal
process
like a
selecting
minor party
precinct people.
does to pick?
There is a
precinct
lot of popularity for that. It's used in other states still, and other states are surprised at the way it's run here.
people? Other questions for Ms. Russell? Representative Roscoe, you look like you have a question, but if you want to ask it, I'll let that be your choice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to sort it out. But it seems to me that being sort of an outsider, that the predominant party in Wyoming is divided at the moment. And so after primaries, a lot of people are left, and if you want to give the choice to the voters, we the people, then an open primary would solve that. You wouldn't be asking somebody else how to vote. You would be voting from your heart. Is that a question, Mr. Chairman?
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Ms. Russell.
There is very definitely a divide in the Republican Party, and this is nationwide. As executive director, I go to Republican National Committee meetings, and we talk in the various breakout groups about this very issue. I think it's important to remember that the progressive wing of our political environment was created by Republicans about 125 years ago. What we have seen is from the time of Woodrow Wilson, Teddy Roosevelt on, we have had two very separate Republican groups growing in their principles, goals, et cetera. So there are those who are, for lack of another term, and one that's popular, conservative. We want to conserve the original intent of the constitutional structure. Then there's the progressive wing of the Republican Party, which has also grown. And I don't know anymore where the ground is for unity. And I'm just speaking personally. It's tough to find.
I think we would all agree with that. All right, other questions, Ms. Russell? Seeing none. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
All right, any further comments on this bill? Yes, Gail, go up. It would like to be done by 5, so we may really put timers on the next couple, but for now, go ahead, Ms. Meeks.
Mr. Chairman, Gail Simmons, just speaking as a private citizen with a interest in civics. And I just wanted to address a couple things that I just heard, specifically around the open primary and how that eliminates, I think somebody had made the comment that eliminates the parties. And I just want to point out that an open primary becomes a qualifying election, just like it is for our municipals. And to the point that ESPC said, there does need to be something in there. If you put in an open primary to mimic the language of the municipal, where twice the number of open seats move from that now qualifying primary to the general. So that would need to be in there. What was missed, and it was kind of mentioned today, is that in no way eliminates the parties. In fact, what it does is it encourages the party, and the one I belong to has a very strong interest in removing the public oversight that is in 22 and be treated as a private party. They actually, or a private organization, they can then, or we can then have precincts and have, or not precincts, but caucuses. And so those caucuses become where a nomination can occur, and then this private organization called a political party can then do whatever kind of communications they want in order to identify those individuals that are on the qualifying primary election as the ones that they've nominated. In addition, I would just like to point out that in 48 years, I have never been able to vote for the Republican president in the Republican primary. If we were in a caucus, I actually could. So you can still have caucuses, even with the open. Also on the number of people voting, this was the highest we've ever had in this last one, and still 30% of the people stayed home, and most of those were Republicans.
Okay, questions for Ms. Simmons? I do believe there was one year we moved up our political Republican nomination, select delegates, and the National Convention slapped us down pretty hard and only gave us half of our delegates. And we did try it once in the last however many years. Didn't go so well. No other question, thanks. Any other commentary on this bill? Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure on LSO 192?
Mr. Chairman, it's kind of obvious to me that this bill's not going to go anywhere, but is there anything in it worth saving? And I'm just kind of asking the question.
A couple of people are shaking their heads no. I do believe you heard a couple of people saying the open primary concept in the bill, if that's something this committee wants to put forward without the Alaska-style ranked choice voting.
So I'm okay with considering that, but I don't understand how the open primary gets resolved. You've got this big, gigantic bunch of people, and then how does that get resolved to move to the general without a runoff or ranked choice? Or so help me with that. How can we tie that up? And we could turn it into a study bill.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we've been here a couple years, right? I mean, it's been 10 years, people saying we need a different primary system in Wyoming.
Great.
Whether that's we don't want to have crossover voting, whether we want to make sure, I think everybody seems to have the same interest of the eventual winner having more than 50%. I mean, certainly the state Republican Party came to us last year saying this was their #1 issue to fix some of these things, and they offered us some ideas on runoff primaries, which this committee did not pursue based on times and costs and other things. And so the drumbeat remains that I think every majority of our citizenry of all sides says the system we have could be improved. This committee, we've just not been able to come up with something that we want to present to the full legislature as of yet. So if this isn't the idea, I'm not sure what there are 5 or 6 competing ideas, but we haven't moved any of them in the last 2 years. So if it's the committee's will not to move this, certainly fine. Just one of these days, either we need to say, let's not mess with it, what we have is fine, or really push something down the field. So if today's not the day, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure any motion on this bill. Representative Burt, you look like you're about to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can tell you from a minor party, third party status, that what we have is not fine. I can tell you that right now. And if anybody really wants to, really cares about equal representation at the ballot and not get into the partisan side of life, I would be more than willing to sit and actually educate how our laws are currently written. I don't think this is going to go anywhere when we get it. If we were to pass it, we know that, it's not going to get anywhere after, comes back to committee and stuff like that. I do see some goods on it. I'd like to see maybe a study go forth on, what could work for Wyoming. When we get into the partisan side of politics, it'll always be, I don't want to call it violent as a bad way, but it becomes very toxic if you're on one side or the other, and the other side brings an idea on how we can bring a more fair and balanced side to the election process. But I can tell you that the current laws we have now are not equal, and they're not fair to the all political, to all parties. And if you are against a measure to keep your party in power, just to hold the other party down, then you're in the wrong metric of what we're doing here. So again, a different perspective on where I come from and where minor parties come from. You can have your political ideology. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I've got mine. But when we talk about free and fair elections, then I think that should be the basis for what we try to push out of the committee. So I don't think we can motion to go forward, but I would be definitely interested in a study of some sort.
So committee, happy to entertain any other discussion or motions. There is some type of study motion, happy to consider it. Senator
There's
Case?
one way to do it, and conceptually, we could move to table this to the interim. I'm not sure exactly how we would rewrite it to be a study bill on the fly here. So, that's a suggestion. I'm not making that motion at this time. I kind of like to get a reaction first because motion to table is not debatable.
Well, I do think over 2/3 of this committee won't be on this committee next term, so it is difficult to continue any work this committee for the last 2 years has made. Maybe a future committee will take up the mantle. Senator Scott, you may still be on this committee next term.
If it were
You might be the only one.
tabled, then I would think that it would be up to the management council and the new committee to deal with, did we study it any further or not? Tabling it would just save us the time of further debating something when we go anywhere. I move to table.
Question.
I'll move to
Okay.
table it.
Well, good. Senator Scott's officially got the motion to table.
Second.
Not debatable, not secondable. All those in
that's
favor of tabling the bill, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right, with that bill's done for 2022. Anybody need a break for 5 minutes, committee?
I just need to make a quick call.
How about we'll just keep working and take a break as needed. Next up will be draft 196, vacancies in elected office. Josh, is this yours? Come on forward. Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. So at our August meeting, if you recall, we went through 2022 House Bill 142 with vacancies in elected office. And you may recall that the clerks and the Secretary of State's office had some concerns about the timing and the number of elections that bill and this bill would provide for filling of vacancies through special elections. The request of the committee was to create a new draft and address the concerns raised by, again, the clerks and the Secretary of State's office. And that's what this version attempts to do. I'll let them speak to how well that works. Mr. Chairman, so on to page 2, this is a vacancy for the governor. If the vacancy is less than 110 days before the next before the next date for an election under 22-104D, and we'll get to that in a minute, that's when these special elections would occur. Then the person acting as the governor would serve through the remainder of that term. If it is more than 110 days from one of these dates for an election, then a special election would be called. Mr. Chairman, on to page 3, the bottom of page 3, just conforming changes. Over to page 4, these are where the dates for these special elections would be. So you'll see that a special election to fill a vacancy would be held on the same day as a primary or general election, or on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in May or November, or the first Tuesday after the third Monday in August. The next 2 changes are just the timing of when the proclamation of election would be required to be provided. And again, that changes depending on which date of election that is. Most of the next few pages, Mr. Chairman, are just conforming changes until we get to page 11. Here you see, again, that this would apply to a vacancy in U.S. Senator, representative in Congress, which is currently already filled through an election, member of state legislature, or an elected state official. Mr. Chairman, again, the rest of this is primarily just how the procedure of the special election would be provided. You can see there that, again, the timing on the page 12 is the election would be the next date for an election under 22-104D, if the vacancy is not less than 110 days prior to that. If it's less than 110 days, then it will go to the next subsequent date. Mr. Chairman, bottom of page 13, again, this is just the petition that someone who wanted to apply for the vacated office would fill out. Over to page 17, Mr. Chairman. These are the requirements for the ballot. And again, it would be, if it was held concurrently with another election, the special election would be first on the ballot. Otherwise, it sets out the requirements for how the ballot would look. Finally, Mr. Chairman, on page 21, you'll see a staff comment there. So the way the bill was last year, if there was a vacancy in a member of the state legislature not more than 45 days before the first day of a session, that would still be filled through the current appointment process. That process doesn't really work with the timing of these elections, because that previous bill was going to have an election basically like within 60 days. In this case, the election would, if it wasn't be able to be filled in the November election, then it would be filled not until May. So there'd be a wider range of dates you would need to consider if you still wanted to allow for the appointment process, if a vacancy was close to the beginning of session, or essentially not be able to be filled before that May date. Rest of the bill, essentially, Mr. Chairman, is just conforming changes. And then you'll see there's a repealer, which is the current appointment process of the U.S. Senator and statewide offices. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman. Take any questions.
Questions from Mr. Anderson? Seeing none. Thanks, Josh. Secretary of State, position, thoughts on this bill? Not necessarily it actually affects your office, but I get used to calling on you first on election bills in general. Welcome, Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Karen Wheeler, Deputy Secretary of State. And Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best to beat your timer. Secretary of State's office has no comments on this bill, and we have no fiscal impact.
That beat my timer.
Good.
I would assume the same with the clerks. Don't have any comments and you're good? You do have some comments. Come on down, Mr. Irvin. Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Welcome, Malcolm.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Malcolm Urban, County Clerks Association. This version, we are aware that it would result in longer lengths of time where there was a vacancy in an office. But the reason that we really worked on this version, my testimony at the last meeting was that bill version would allow for an election on any given Tuesday unless it was a federal holiday. And so in theory, we could be conducting a special election for the Secretary of State vacancy on November 1, and then a general election on November 8th. And pleading on behalf of my colleagues, please don't do that to us. My colleagues told me that at one point conducting elections was fun, and I just don't believe them. And so having them back to back, week after week, would be difficult, Mr. Chairman. So I know that this version would result in longer lengths of time there was a vacancy, but the intent of this revision was to allow for predictable timeframes and predictable election dates, so as to reduce the potential number of elections that we administer throughout the year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if this bill were in effect, you would have had 2 statewide elections this past year in 2022, each one roughly $1 million for the state as a whole.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And that is a concern of ours as well. I believe the County Commissioners Association wants to speak about the cost that obviously, there's additional cost with conducting an election. This does provide that we would have the potential to conduct an election in an off year. In one of the odd numbered years, we could be holding a vacancy election, which is a cost that we are not used to unless we were having a bond or tax question proposed to our voters.
So not only the cost, so you actually would have had 4 elections in 2022, the primary, the general, and 2 special elections. Could your staff have handled that, I guess is my concern, in Platte County?
Mr. Chairman, the Platte County Clerk's Office could handle anything you throw at them. I have total faith in them. Their clerk may not, but the staff absolutely could. Mr. Chairman, under this version, it would still have just been the 2 statewide elections in August and November because they would be ran concurrently. Under the previous version, no, we would have probably all been looking for some help because we would have had to conduct 4 elections, yes.
Other questions to the clerks? All right, seeing none.
Well, I'm not sure if it's a question for the clerks, but what if we think out of the box a little bit more about this? I mean, special elections are a good thing. They let people express their preferences, but obviously, Mr. Chairman, we don't want special elections to be, they make no sense when you're close to the conclusion of the term anyway. You're up on the eve of another election. So I wonder if there's some compromise out there that we use special elections in some circumstances and we would use appointments in other circumstances. And so, for example, and think about this, supposing there's a vacancy in office, but there's more than half of the term left of the office, then we would do the special election. Sort of makes sense to me. But if there's less than half of the term left in the office, we would pursue a different route. In the old days, for a vacancy in the federal offices, the governor just picked, and that was the way it was done. That was when Lester Hunt was the vacancy and the Republican governor, and there was a lot of drama, but that's kind of what happened. They just picked. We have other entities that just pick now. I mean, but they pick from 3-party nominees. What if you just said, commissioners, you pick for these vacancies, governor, you pick for these vacancies, or maybe the 5 elected officials together. What if there's more than half the time in the term, we have a special election? Is that something that might make more sense from the clerk's standpoint, so we don't get in this problem of these excessive elections?
Mr. Chairman, a lot of that question is a policy matter and not for us to weigh in on, but anything that reduces the number of elections that we hold would always be our preference. And so if we had the ability to, through whatever version, line them up with those election dates in 22-104 or just minimize the potential number of elections we administer, that would be a preference, yes.
And Mr. Chairman, just follow up.
Yep.
If there is a vacancy in office, we have this 15 days requirement now. Is that a real hard and fast important thing? I'm just asking. If we don't have a particular officer for 15 days, is that a crisis or not?
Mr. Irvin, if you want to weigh in on that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really know how to answer that question. I think I'll just speak about the most recent vacancy. You know, our offices work really closely with the Secretary of State's office. And during that period where there was no Secretary of State, phenomenal staff that we worked alongside constantly. And so from our standpoint, I don't think that our work was interrupted for those 15 days, but our work with Secretary Allred so far has been incredible. And so we've appreciated that. But for those 15 days, I didn't notice any sort of change in the way we worked together or our ability to work together.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. No further questions?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. How many people are wanting to speak on this piece of legislation? Oh, just one. Raise your hand now if you're thinking about it, just so I can time. There's only 2. Okay, Jeremiah, come first, then we'll get you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Riemann.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I'm not going to offer an opinion on the policy decision that's before you, but certainly want to talk about the unfunded mandate that could be created as a result of this legislation. As was referenced for one statewide election, and I think we've provided these costs to you before, but I'm happy to give them to you in hard copy. But one election statewide is about $1.1 million. And that hits the county pockets in each one of those examples. In this legislation, you could have as many as 4 statewide elections in any given year. It's also possible that you could have just a local election because of one district. And those costs vary by county. But for example, here in Laramie County, one election would run about $130,000. If you take the example for filling the vacancy that happened in Weston, Goshen, and Niobrara counties, you're talking about $45,000. And I suspect those counties really can't afford that $45,000, let alone having that happen to them repeatedly. Mr. Chairman, as the legislation provides, it has a reference to Wyoming statute 22-104D. And as Mr. Anderson pointed out, that involves the general, the primary, and then some other bond election related dates in May, November, and August. What I've provided to you in the amendment that was just passed out is an attempt to assign the costs of this policy decision to the state for all of the elections outside of the general and the primary. You know, if it's going to be on those 2 ballots, we're already hosting those elections. I'm not asking for you to foot the cost for that, but for all other associated elections that would be born as a result of this, I am standing forward to ask that you consider putting this amendment in if you're going to move this bill. Mr. Chairman, I also understand that there are 2 LSO amendments before you. I've tried to review those as quickly as I can today. If I understand the mechanism of both of those, I think it removes the need for this amendment, but if it stands as it is unamended, our association would request that you adopt this provision and ensure that the counties aren't left holding the proverbial bag for the statewide policy decision here. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Question for Mr. Riemann. Mr. Riemann? Seeing none, thank you.
Representative Yen, we're going to give you the floor while we'll also invite the gentleman in the back to come forward. But Mike, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I apologize for my current location. I'm currently heading home, but I really felt the need to testify on this specific bill because I think some reform in the vacancy process is extremely important. So committee members, I would like you all to put yourselves in my shoes. You see a central committee meet, and quoted in the paper, you see one of their committee members say, if you've ever dealt with him in committee meetings or anything like that, he's a flippant idiot and he has to go. Then you find out a couple weeks later when that central committee chooses nominees for the Secretary of State, who both oversees the election and is the chair of the state canvassing board, pick 3 candidates within their central committee who, assuming none of them abstained from voting on those measures that allocated money into specific races, all 3 of them participated in specific things for the election that they would oversee if they were the Secretary of State. So you find out that the governor has appointed that one person that has been quoted in that article. I think if we want to truly believe that we have someone that is impartial and a good candidate to fill a vacancy, especially in something as important as an election that is coming up, it is extremely important that those decisions are made where they pick candidates that haven't made improper statements towards elections that are being overseen. And if I think the parties are not responsible enough to make those commitments to choosing candidates that are qualified and really are not making improper statements when they know that candidacy for filling that vacancy is coming up, as we all know that Chairman Ethorn had put a letter to Secretary of State Buchanan that he should postpone his resignation. So everyone knew that that candidacy was going to be open when those statements and those votes were made. So I really think that removing political parties from filling the nominations, when these are private organizations, these are not representations of all voters, they're representations of those private organizations. They shouldn't have a decision in filling a statewide role. So I do urge you to move one of the options forward. It doesn't necessarily have to be the option that is in the bill. It could be one of the amendment options, but I do urge the movement of one of the bills or amendment options forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Case, question for Representative Yin.
Representative Yin, it's good to see you out in the middle of nowhere, wherever you are. Representative Yin, and I'm also very sorry for some of the rhetoric that has followed you. I want to just say before I ask my question that you were one of the most competent colleagues that I'm proud to serve with. And I'm very much have you in high esteem with your capabilities and your immense brain power. So let me give you that compliment. What about the option of not having special elections at all and just going to an appointment process that instead of having the filtration by the parties, it goes directly to the deciding entities? So instead of pre-selecting 3 that go to the governor, the governor's in charge of filling it. And it's open.
I think, go ahead.
Hold on, I'm not done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the second one would be in the case where you have county commissioners filling a vacancy or combinations of county commissioners when a district crosses county lines. We just bypass the party nomination process of the 3 and go straight to the county commissioners to fill that. I'm just throwing that out to you. What do you think of that? And avoid the special election.
Go ahead, Rep. Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and my apologies for speaking without recognition. Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, and Chairman Case, I think that is appropriate because those members who are appointing bodies are elected by their constituents that are replacing the existing member, right? So when it comes to state representatives, it's county commissions who are elected in the counties that that district represents. So you have the will of the voters, at least in that role of a representative government in the county commission or in the governor. And so both of those, I mean, I think I would be for. I would also be for one where it's a specific cutoff date where it makes sense to have a special election before than after. But I think no matter what, it doesn't make sense to have a private organization be able to stack the deck on the types of choices that are available to the appointment process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Yin.
Further questions for Representative Yin? Seeing none, thanks, Mike. Have a safe drive. Sir, welcome to corporations. Floor is yours. Anything, turn the green light on.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Dan Sabrowski, precinct member in Natrona County. On this issue, it was brought up earlier that the toxic rhetoric that we're seeing. This, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree that there's toxic rhetoric. It's a vigorous debate we're having, and it does get harsh sometimes, but that's the nature of politics. The frustrating part when you see bills like this, there's no secret in this state that there's 2 factions in the political structure of this state. There's an establishment structure and there's a grassroots movement. The grassroots movement is having extraordinary success. And when that happens, it seems like the establishment wants to consolidate power. And we saw a example of it in the consideration of a bill to remove some power from Secretary of State, who is a grassroots candidate. We're seeing it here now. The last two vacancies, the school superintendent and Secretary of State, the grassroots movement has taken power of the Republican Party, and we sent conservative candidates. No different than the past when the establishment had control of the Republican Party, establishment candidates were moved forward. So I'd urge you to reconsider, because one day establishment may be back in power and that power be removed from you. And consolidation of power hurts the people of Wyoming, does not help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sabrowski. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for being here. All right, we're going to close public comment. Representative Sweeney will forgive me, I'm sure. With that committee, what is your pleasure regarding bill draft? Was it 192, 196 that we're on? Moved by Duncan. Is there a second? Second. We'll get Representative Ayers a second before LeBeau. All right, committee, you do have at least two amendments. You have three amendments in front of you. One is from the County Commissioners Association. Before we take that one up, there are two amendments that were provided. These are both actually from former legislators. And just to let members of the public, I know they're on our materials. I think they're online as well. The first amendment would be, instead of a statewide election every time for one of the top five, that any person could go out and within that 30 days would be able to get 1% of the signatures of the registered voters and be able to submit their name to the governor to be in the pool. So that would go to the Secretary of State. If somebody could get 1% of the registered voters to support them, turn that form in, and the governor would pick between however many of those. Certainly couldn't be more than 100. I doubt it'd be more than 10. Trying to get 1% of registered voters is roughly, what, 2,600 people right now? Qualified electors to sign that petition. So that would be the first amendment in front of you. The second amendment basically mirrors what we do with the counties, that if a party, either party submitted 3 names, or if there's a separate process if the person was an independent, that the vacancy would not, it basically takes away the shall be filled. And so if the chief executive chose not to select any of the 3 nominees and failed to fulfill that vacancy, it would go to the Supreme Court to fulfill. Basically how it goes to district court now and mirrors the same process. So that's an existing process at the county level and the district court. That same process would be mirrored at the state level for one of our statewide elected officials. Those are the 2 amendments. If you do not like the special amendment or the special election, which I know would cost roughly over $1 million, and I do believe there may be another amendment being drafted. Representative Duncan.
I know. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I think, is scribbling furiously and fast for a third, which is what was suggested by Senator Case, of the governor, get my notes. The governor selecting for the top 5 and the county commissioner for the legislature and the county. That would be a third amendment. And then there would be no cost to a special election. So that's, he's writing furiously for that. So if you didn't hear me correctly, that was, the governor would appoint for one of the top 5 electeds, and the county commissioners would select for the legislature or the county.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, while we're thinking about amendments, let me speak against the bill. Frankly, my principal reason is that I think the current system has worked over the years quite well, including this year. I know there's some people disappointed, their choice didn't make it, but we have had good people. The appointed people have frequently gone on win elections, and it doesn't always happen, but it has in the past. And it really has been, I think, a surprisingly successful system. I have real reservations about special elections. We've talked about the cost, but I think more important is you have a real problem getting a decent turnout. And I think the current system, nothing is perfect, Mr. Chairman, but I think the current system has worked quite well, and I don't see any need to change it. So I would urge the defeat of all the amendments and the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Scott. I believe actually it was you, the paper in the center of the state had a big editorial this week that the process is broken. And I'm not sure I would agree that the process is broken, but I know there's been more and more controversy, as we've all been aware in the press lately. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too would echo Senator Scott. Actually, the only amendment I do like is the one from the county commissioners. It's one of the only times that the state doesn't put a more financial burden on the counties, so that would be the only amendment I would support. As we know, elections have consequences. The amendments that we're looking at, and again, third-party style, being the only third party in the state, if I were to have to vacate my seat and you want to push it back to the county commissioners, which are all Republicans, I mean, frankly, are we going to say that they're going to replace me with another libertarian or push themselves when the voters put me in office? So when we look at things in a whole, again, I'll go back to where, you know, elections have consequences, and we'll deal with those as they go through. And if a party owns a seat, then that's the way the voters put it. The party owns the seat. Seat comes open, then that's the way it should be filled itself back out, is that way. So not just me, but again, if a Democrat owns a seat and that seat comes open, then the Democrats own that seat. They should be able to fill that seat within themselves. So I would be against all the amendments except for that one, and against the bill as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Committee, Senator Case.
Educational moment. Can somebody help me with how we fill a vacancy in the office of governor? Josh, do you know?
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so if you look at
I'm looking.
the first page of the bill, or second page, sorry, Mr. Chairman, so you can see there, currently, if it's less than 60 days before the next general election, the acting governor would continue until the end of the term. If it's more than 60 days, then there would be an election taking place at the time of the next general election.
Mr. Chairman, if forget this bill right now, if there was a vacancy in the office of governor, we have an acting governor, of course, but does that become permanent, or how does it happen now? If there were, God forbid, a vacancy in the office of governor?
Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that was just what I was saying. So that's the current process. If you look at the.
Okay.
In
So there is a
the bill,
special election.
There's a
process.
special
I'm
election
sorry,
now.
I apologize.
Yeah, Mr.
Why don't we keep that, Mr. Chairman, just to, so we can keep that for the governor. And then why can't we just have the governor appoint the things that the governor appoints now, and the county commissioners appoint the things the county commissioners appoint now, but just eliminate the nomination process?
You can make that motion should you like at the appropriate time. Senator Scott, do you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, back on the office of governor. Yes, we have an election, but it's the next general election, is it not? And that's what counts. And it's been that way a long time, because when Governor Ross died in office, there was a special election there at the next general election, and his widow got elected. We had the same thing when Governor Hickey appointed himself to the U.S. Senate after Keith Thompson died, before being able to assume office. Then Secretary of State Jack Gage was the governor for the 2 years until the next general election. So the governor's office has worked, but the special elections, general election, where you don't have the problem of turnout. And the same is the current setup for, say, a Senate term. We've had senators have been appointed, there was a 4-year term. Senator, I think when I think Senator Schrick got appointed to be ambassador to Guatemala, there was a replacement that served 2 years until the next general election. Because it was a 4-year term, we were able to do it at a general election, and that's the current process.
Okay. So I'm still looking for any other amendments or discussion on this.
My amendment would be.
Senator Case, go ahead.
I make the motion that we maintain the replacement for the office of governor as it is, and then we take all of the governor's pick appointments, and we just give them, allow the governor to just select from the candidate pool, the applicants, and to go forward. There not be a nominating process through the party. And similar for all the elections that the county commissioners fill after a nominating pool from the parties, we just allow the county commissioners or combination of county commissioners in the case of legislative districts that cross county lines to fill the office.
Is there a second by Roscoe? So let me ask a question then, Senator Case. The idea would be that the county government, the county clerk, or whoever the commissioner's administrative person would be the central point for getting nominations, and then I'll interview the county commissioners. We'd also then give it to the governor's office, and the governor's office would be responsible for the call. I think they have to publicize right now in the newspaper. And have a call for vacancies. Those would be directly submitted to the governor's office, and his staff would go through the process of how interviewing would work. We'd leave it up to the chief executive.
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts on that motion, discussion committee? Senator Scott, you have a question or thoughts?
Thoughts.
Turn your mic on, go.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, frankly, I think it's good to have a two-step process where there is a vetting. I think that's an appropriate role for the parties. I think they've done it well over the years. And I know there's some unhappiness currently because of the degree of factionalism we have, but I still think it has worked well. I think that is valuable. I can remember when essentially Governor Hickey appointed himself to the U.S. Senate, there was considerable public unhappiness over that. And that is sort of thing is a risk with the system this amendment would propose. And frankly, we had a situation where a Democratic governor had to appoint one of 3 Republicans to U.S. Senate seat. And talking with the individual involved, I think first it motivated the party to get 3 good candidates, so you couldn't be embarrassed with a bad candidate. Second, out of 3 good candidates, the governor very rationally picked the one he thought he could work with the best, because they do, the governor and the U.S. Senate delegation have to work together. It's really been a successful process, and I think that the proposal is a step backwards.
Mr. Chairman.
Other tests, Representative Blackburn?
Mr. Chairman, can Senator Case explain that amendment one more time for me? I'm a little slow today.
Senator Case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, the idea is that right now we have a system that relies on county commissioners and the governor making final selections after a nomination slate of 3 names from coming out of the parties. All I'm saying is just eliminate the parties, let the county commissioners and the governor do the nomination or select from a whole pool of candidates and select the one. Thank you.
Further discussion, committee. Okay, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does make sense to me that this would work because the governor, who's already chosen of the five has seen the pool before and sort of knows who the qualified candidates are. And then the county commissioner decisions would be local control, and they would know who to place in their own district. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further discussion, committee. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
And I better have a show of hands because I didn't hear the two people online. So all those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all opposed to the amendment, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That amendment's not going to pass. Is there further discussion or amendments on the bill? Yep, Senator Scott, go ahead. So you're not to lay the bill, not, help me out with that motion one more time, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, motions to lay the bill on the table.
So to table the bill, basically.
Yep.
So it's not debatable. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Show of hands. All in favor of tabling the bill, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed to tabling the bill, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bill's still on the table. Further amendments. Discussion. If the bill is going to pass, I know the county commissioners do have an amendment. So if anybody wants to bring that. Okay, Representative Ayers moving the county commissioner amendment that we fund. Seconded by Clausen. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. That amendment is on the bill. Anybody wants to move either of the other two amendments in front of you? Let me know.
Mr. Chairman, I want to move a different amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
The amendment would be kind of back to what I tried before, but except for if there are two term or 2 years or more in the term of the vacancy, I better be qualified. If there are more than half of the total term left to remain, there would be a special election. If it's less than half, it would go to the governor, county commissioners that I talked about before.
Second.
Seconded by Duncan. So for a 2-year legislative house term, if there's more than 1 year left, it would still have a special election in
Yes.
that county or counties.
Yes.
Okay. Discussion on that. Representative Burt.
Can we clarify, going back to the governor, county commissioners on the, would that go back to the amendment we just voted down? So still a no.
Representative Duncan, use your mic.
I'm open to friendly stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I friendly amend that it's the appointment stays with the particular party that the vacancy is?
Well,
That'd
that
be
wouldn't be
friendly.
quite friendly, but I think that we could dispose of one motion and take up another one.
Okay,
And you know,
it might get
that's
us
a-
more votes.
I hear your point.
But for now, not friendly. So
For right now, it's not friendly,
For right
but I'd be happy to make an identical motion along her lines or let her do it as soon as we dispose of this one.
further discussion on this amendment. Seeing none, all in favor of Senator Case's amendment, please vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Division.
Division being called, all in favor of Senator Case's motion, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that fails, Senator Case. Representative Duncan, you have a motion? Go ahead.
I think I know what her motion's going to be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would bring that same case motion with the addition of the keeping the same parties, appointing the same party.
There's a second to that. And so if it was a libertarian who happened to get hit by a bus, they would have to appoint another libertarian.
Correct.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, all in favor of Representative Duncan's motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that motion's going to carry. A lot of excitement up here. I'm not sure the audience is as excited as this out of the dais right now, people. Further motions or amendments on the bill? Not seeing any at this time, so we'll go ahead and call question. Clarissa, if you'll call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 23 LSO 196, vacancies in elected office as amended. Senator Boner submitted an absentee vote of no. Senator Case? Senator Nethercott excused. Senator Scott. Representative Blackburn. Representative Burt. Representative Clausen. Representative Duncan. Representative Ayre. Representative LeBeau.
Aye.
Representative McGuire.
Aye.
Representative Roscoe. Co-Chairman Driscoll. Chairman Zwanitzer.
All right. Oh, I'll let you officially read the vote count, Clarissa, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, we have 8. Mr. Chairman, we have 8 ayes, 5 noes, 1 excused.
Okay, we're now moving on to 23 LSO 190, voter registry list, voter ID, and absentee ballots. This is another bill the committee asked for at the last meeting. Josh, yours? Talise. There weren't enough chairs at the staff table today, so thanks for sitting in the audience. Welcome. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hansen, LSO. I am presenting Bill Draft 23, LSO 190 on voter registry lists. So this bill draft amends the definition of registry lists to include voter identification numbers and absentee ballot requests and returns. So on page 2, the bill draft amends 22.1.102, the definition section, specifically number 29, the registry list, to include voter identification numbers and information relating to absentee ballot requests and returns. The bill draft does not use the term voter identification numbers. It uses the phrase unique identifying numbers generated by the state, which that is the voter identification numbers. The bottom of page 2 amends 22.113. So it would include the unique identifying numbers generated by the state, the voter identification numbers as public records in that list. So it would say that names, gender, addresses, unique identifying numbers generated by the state, and party affiliations would be considered public records and would not be remained confidential. Then page 3 amends 22.3.108. So it would add voter identification numbers and information relating to absentee ballot requests and returns to the official registry list. So those would be included on the registry list. And then page 4 provides for an effective date. I'd stand for any questions.
Perfect. Questions for Ms. Hansen? Senator Scott?
I will confess at this point, I flat don't understand the bill and what it does as a practical matter. And I don't know whether the LSO's the proper person to answer that, or maybe Secretary of State's office or county clerk. But I just want to make clear, I do not understand this bill.
I'll give it the quick preface is more and more entities out there asking for voter ID and information on voters. And so it's really what is public information under a FOIA request and what is protected from being discoverable. And so you'll see right now we have social security number, driver's license numbers. The state of Wyoming on our voter list generates what we would call unique ID numbers that are assigned to you when you become a voter and stay with you for all of your days. Historically, that information was accessible to people who wanted it. So many of these campaign entities who track your preferences, which party you belong to, as long as they have your unique voter ID number, no matter where you move to in Wyoming or when you leave and come back, they can basically track you and use that for campaign purposes for candidates and mail purposes, et cetera. And so the question is, should this unique voter ID number be public so you can have these kind of large scale entities or even your local people be able to track you wherever you move and your voter history? And I'm sure the Secretary of State's office could probably say it better than that, but that's my understanding. Questions for Ms. Hansen? Seeing none, Secretary of State's office, if you have comments, Welcome back, Secretary Allred. Deputy Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Karen Wheeler, Deputy Secretary of State, and Senator Scott. What really brought this about was, if you recall, the conversation that Monique Mies, our former Communications and Policy Director, had with the committee at your meeting in Casper, your last meeting. And what we did is we began a review under Ms. Mies, as she was our attorney, of our statutes and what information our statutes did allow us to give out and to whom with regards to election records. And our statutes are very clear as to who could request certain election records, for what purposes, and the records we could give out. So in a review of our statutes, we changed a process that we were doing. We did not arbitrarily change a rule or violate a statute. We changed a process. And instead of giving out voluminous information that was not allowable within the statute, we gave what the statute allowed us to give. So, Mr. Chairman, with the inclusion of the language that is now in this draft bill, that does give our office guidance as to what information we can give out to certain parties for certain reasons. Did that help, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I understood the explanation on the unique identifying number. The effect of the absentee ballot request, am I right in thinking that this forbids you to give out to candidates and outfits that are doing mailings for candidates and whatnot? List of people that have requested absentee ballots. Is that the practical effect of this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, with the inclusion of that into this bill, this now allows our office to give candidates or others that do request it the list of those who have requested an absentee ballot, the date it was requested, and the date it was returned to the county clerks.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead.
This allows them to give that. I guess I don't understand how that works, because you have it placed in with these unique identifying numbers, and I thought this was saying you couldn't give those out. I just don't, there's something here I don't understand about the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, when we reviewed our process and reviewed the statutes, we quit giving out the unique identifier number. Previous administrations had been giving that out. And in reviewing the statutes, that was not an item that statutorily we should have been giving out. So we ceased doing that right before, in May, before the primary. That did cause some concern with people who were used to getting that number. So with that being placed in the statute now, it allows the Secretary of State's office or your county clerks to give that number out when data is requested.
Oh, okay.
Secretary Howard, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I think just a little clarifying there, if you look at this in 113, what it's saying is that the records containing Social Security numbers, driver's license numbers, birth dates, telephone numbers, tribal ID numbers, email addresses, and other personally identifiable information other than the names, gender, addresses, and the unique identifier and party affiliations are not public. So those items, the names, gender, addresses, unique identifying numbers, and the party affiliations are public records, and we can give those out. Everything else, as far as that, driver's license, Social Security, they don't have any need for that, and that keeps those items as not public records.
Okay. And otherwise, generally no position in the bill, just trying to clarify your statutes, and we had to choose which way to go. And the last committee directed it to go this way.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you much. Clerks, thoughts on this bill? One of these days I'll get all of you to sit in the front row or two and make it easier when you come up. Go ahead, Ms. Langford?
Mary Langford, representing the county clerks. On this Bill 190, Mr. Chairman and committee, we fully support the inclusion of these two additional items in that list. We're concerned always with being able to keep confidential people's votes and to protect secret ballots and those types of things. So we feel that that's important.
And then does it concern you, do people request from the Secretary of State absentee ballots, or when they request that from their county clerk? And where does that overlap lie?
Mr. Chairman, they request absentee ballots from the county clerk, and that information is kept at the county clerk's level. It's entered into WyoReg, so that information is available statewide, but it's in WyoReg.
So if you're running a statewide campaign, you would seek out the Secretary of State. If you're running a local, let's say legislative election, you'd likely ask your county clerk for this information. Would that?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. Questions for the clerks?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
We do have one concern, and it on page 2, line 11, it's just the inclusion of the request specifically, rather than returns. I think, and I've heard from some of our association that the concern is that we're placing the convenience of candidacy over the potential security issue of letting somebody know when we send a ballot so it can be intercepted in the mailbox. In a world that we hear about election integrity, we hear about ballot harvesting, some way for us to release that, hey, this is what we've received, but not necessarily give somebody intending harm the ability to intercept that ballot in the mailbox. At least you would know when it was returned. But Mr. Chairman, I think if requests was struck, that would alleviate our concern rather than, and just have absentee ballot returns. So Mr. Chairman, we saw our move to not include the date that absentee ballots were issued as actually a step towards election integrity in order to protect that voter. And we've had voters complain to us about that information being out there, and one formal complaint. So Mr. Chairman, that's the one area of concern that we do have with this bill.
But certainly if you're a candidate, you would certainly like to know who's requesting absentee ballots so you can go bang on their door right away, and that person gets 4 or 5 candidates in the same 30 days. And they're like, how the heck did this just serendipitously happen?
And Mr. Chairman, we as clerks are candidates as well. And so it is inconvenient for us as candidates. And so we understand that portion, and that's where I want to be very careful. But I think it's true that by including this, we could be placing the convenience of candidacy over the actual convenience and security of the voter. Returns, that's fine, but maybe not when we sent it or when to expect it to be there.
Mr. Chairman? I definitely understand your point, but aren't we seeking with this bill just to return to what common practice was before the Secretary of State decided they couldn't do this? I mean, isn't that what we're really trying? And we did it for a long time. I'm not aware of any real issues. Am I wrong on that?
And Mr. Chairman, from the last committee meeting, that I would agree that the intent of this was to return to a long-standing practice. I always say that public service is a constant goal, a constant exercise in trying to achieve a moving target or reach a moving target. And so that public service, that target is constantly moving, and if we don't move with it, we'll fall. And so if election integrity, ballot harvesting seem to be the issues, this may be a return to what has been done traditionally, but that one word, I think, could help maybe meet in the middle, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, let's look at the practicalities. We've been doing it for years. A lot of them are picked up at the clerk's office. It's not an issue there. It's the ones that are mailed. We haven't experienced a problem. If somebody steals it out of the U.S. mail, they've committed a significant federal offense. So you've got a criminal penalty involved that is serious. And we haven't had a problem with it. I think we're fine going back to the old system. And I think it is a help for particularly new candidates coming in that aren't well known to get a chance at getting known by the voter before they vote.
Okay, more of a discussion. Other questions to the clerks? Seeing none, thank you. People in the audience wish to testify, come on down in the back and then we'll. Welcome, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Chairman and committee. I'm not sure if this is the best place to address this issue or the next.
We do have another bill after that's probably in committee. If you're not aware, it's the same section of law for both of these bills. And actually, if they both pass, I'd probably move to put them in one bill. But because they're kind of separate issues, this would be the here's how we've always done thing bill. And then the next one is the what do we want to allow? So if you want to testify on the concept broadly in both bills, that's fine, Mr. Armstrong.
I want to give a specific incident. So after the early absentee ballot scans were input and our county clerk lost by 40 when they were ahead by 5,000, we wanted to address the signatures on the absentee ballot envelopes and compare those with the registration. Well, I was denied access to the absentee ballot envelopes and examination of the signatures because those were a personal identifier. And Roe versus Reed Supreme Court case indicates that signatures are discoverable under a FOIA request. And so I was not able to verify signatures against the registration on my absentee ballots in Albany County. Another incident that should be addressed is what I'm going up against now. I believe I was denied this week access to the SKU on a write-in vote. So you need 25 votes to get on the ballot. We have a candidate that has about 20, maybe 18. I want to look at the invalid signatures, the invalids. There are 46 of those. All I need is 7 or 8 of those to have a candidate put on the ballot. And it's much easier to win an election if you're on the ballot than try to do a write-in vote. So both of those, and I'm being denied the SKU, even though in other counties, the clerks are giving those SKUs out or those scans out. And I'm being denied because the voter privacy, which I find hard to swallow. And so I'm not sure that this is going to fix that, but I would appreciate from this committee direction to clerks that say, personal identifiers like signatures, even though the U.S. Supreme Court has determined signatures are discoverable, and these SKUs in other counties are given. I would appreciate clarification to all clerks and make that perfectly clear. And at this time, I'll stand for questions.
Questions, Mr. Armstrong? Do you think that's an interesting question? If a signature on the ballot, which the clerk matches to what's on file, being a valid signature, I'm sure we'll hear some testimony of that. There's probably good and bad of allowing that to be public information.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'm thinking about that a little bit. Mr. Armstrong can go to the polls and he can watch people go vote. And he knows who voted. In the case of the absentees, it's a position where we try to duplicate what's happening at the polls in a system where people can't actually get to the polls. So if you know who voted on the basis of their signature, is that really any different? Is your signature a private thing? Doesn't know how you voted. Are you with me? We're not looking at the ballot. We're only looking at the signature to verify that it was the right person. And so it'd be the same as going to the polls and looking and seeing this person vote in the wrong precinct or go to the, so I'm not sure that, I think I might agree with him on that first issue. And then I might agree with him on the second issue too.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask Mr. Marshall a question then. What they're denying you, are they the ability to look at these write-ins on the ballot to see if they've written in
something close?
Something close that is really the name and get enough names that way? Or is it an issue of who has voted and who has not voted?
Well, thank you, Senator Scott and Chairman. My request is not for the entire ballot. It is just for the scan of the write-in on one race. I'm not even asking for all the scans. I'm just asking for the scan on one race. And I'm not allowed to have that, which could put somebody on the ballot. And Senator Case, thank you for your comment. That is exactly what the U.S. Supreme Court said in their ruling, that it is not it is determining whether or not somebody voted or the proper person voted. So thank you for that comment, sir.
Other questions to Mr. Armstrong? Sitting right now, Mark, thanks.
Thank you.
Or you have a question, Representative Byrd?
Just real quick, I've never requested an absentee ballot, so I don't know what they look like. Really pretty naive. I go to the ballot every year that it comes up. So when I go to the polling booth and I put my name down and whatnot, then there's that little strip down there that I have all my information in. Essentially, what you're wanting on the absentee ballot isn't what I filled in. It's just the same equivalent of what that little strip is when I first walk in and say I'm here before they give me my ballot. Is that correct?
No, what I'm asking for is when you put your absentee ballot in an envelope, you sign the envelope under penalty. And all I wanted was not the ballot.
Sure.
Just the envelope. So I could compare that signature on that envelope with voter registration. I was denied that under its personal identifier.
So I think I'm in the right area. Yeah, just quick. So the information on the outside of that ballot is the same as that little strip I'm signing when I walk in. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I would agree with Mr. Armstrong.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
Other people, actually, and it's the same section of law, so if you want to talk on 190 or 271, we'd entertain either at this time. Go, yep. Hello again, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Since you opened the door to both, I figured I would walk through it. So on the 190, I think generally speaking, the way it's written, it's not really clear. I think you've got a registry list that doesn't include date of birth, but yet in 22-3108, it's got date of birth. The way the one paragraph in page 3, 1 through 10, the way it's worded, it's not really clear. And so, but this is just strictly a suggestion to clean the language up, to make it clear what's confidential and what's not confidential. I think that would be a prudent thing to do, just to make the the people of the state a little bit, easier on them. Regarding 271, and, there again, unless I'm reading this wrong, this is making the cast ballots confidential. And I have a problem with that because the Constitution says a paper ballot, and I'm handed a paper ballot that's scanned in and it's now turned into a digital ballot. And yet this says that digital ballot is now confidential. And so I'm having some real issue there with that, because now I think we're really impinging on the intent of the Constitution in the first place, which was a paper ballot. So that's really my comment. Thank you. Stand for questions.
Questions from Mr. Freeman? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Matt. The public comment. Make sure there's no one online real quick. Going once. I do have one person online. Oh, Mr. Ong, come on up, and then we'll hear from Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 190, I'd literally like to make the request that it be made explicit or it be authorized to list or to include the information on a request for an absentee ballot, or as the clerks have proposed, the return for an absentee ballot. In other words, can there be an indication that there was such a request made at some point? And I ask this because I have a friend in Evanston who is concerned. She and her husband live at 123 Elm Street, but I think there's one and maybe more than one person that's also registered at that address. That is not a problem for anybody who is in the military and has departed and is now in Saudi Arabia. That is the intent. You don't have to, even though you move away, you don't have to change your Evanston address. So it could be one of those situations. So I think that the county clerk is not being forthcoming as to the status of that other person, and to indicate that there has been some absentee ballot activity with regard to that additional person would give her a clue as to whether or not she has a problem. If it's a military person, if a ballot's being requested, then she need to do nothing. But if it's an inactive account, so to speak, that may be something she'd want to call to attention of the Secretary of State or the county. On the question of the excluding the ballot images as public records, I have to say this proposed provision 271 is rather counterintuitive. It is added to a section that begins that all election records of the county clerk are public, and yet the amendment adds to the list of public records, of records that are not public records, these cast paper ballots and the derivative digital versions of those. And I just think that's rather odd, is the one ballot, the one document that without which there cannot be an election is defined as not a public record. Furthermore, the legislation vindicates no privacy interest. There are statutory provisions that mandate that no identifying data shall be put on a ballot. There are provisions in the Public Record Act that provide for redaction, and also in the Public Record Act, there are provisions for supervised attendance or official attendance to supervise copying and photographing of public records and so forth. So we have a situation here. I've downloaded the sample ballot from the Uintah County Clerk's site. It has the word sample on it. Please disregard that. And it was a two-page ballot. But for purposes of demonstration, it has the election judges or the county clerk's initials that are authorized by 22-13-105. It contains a vote of the elector, and there is no other identifying information. So this ballot, which is 100% confidential, it is impossible to look at the face of this ballot and determine the name, the identity of the person who cast it. And yet this legislation is treating this ballot as though it has some additional, I'll call it mysterious property. It has some special quality that requires it to be concealed from the voter. So you have in the end the issue of the transfer or the denial of political power, one of the most consequential acts that occur in our constitutional republic, and yet the sovereign people are denied access to that one document. And in essence, if it passed, the legislature and the governor would be saying, do not concern yourselves. We've got it handled. This is not your affair, and you can trust our county officials, and that should not be the final result, sir.
That is, I mean, these are elected officials we vote for because we trust in we believe that they are trustworthy and aren't doing anything nefarious. That's not always the case, but I mean, that is the other side, is right. We have to trust in somebody in an election to administer it fairly. And, but I understand, right? We all want election integrity and security of the ballot. But on the other side, we always want to make sure we verify that these are people there, they voted and this is who they voted for. And you run right up on the edge of, well, I want to know exactly who this person voted for, and I want to make sure their ballot that they say they voted for these people, they really did, which is also, sacrosanct. So, I mean, there's a fine line we're all trying to hit to ensure transparency and accountability without revealing exactly who any one person voted for, because the secrecy of the ballot is sacrosanct. So, but I completely understand where you're going. It's
an argument. Excuse me.
Yeah, so, go ahead.
It's an argument for ballot access, sir, and I will end with, I believe, Jefferson's quote that said, it's all very well to place your trust in human beings, but we need to bind them down with the chains of the constitutions. Not a constitutional issue, but the principle is clear.
Mr. Chairman, I think this kind of goes back to the former staffer at the Secretary of State and her interpretation of the Constitution with regard to ballot privacy. And I think she was referring to Article 6, Section 11 of the Wyoming Constitution. And it's just the manner of holding elections, and it's not that long. All elections shall be by ballot. The legislature shall provide by law that the names of all candidates for the same office to be voted at any election shall be printed on the same ballot at public expense, and on election day be delivered to the voters with the polling place by sworn public officials, and only such ballots so delivered shall be received and counted. But no voter shall be deprived the privilege of writing upon the ballot, upon the ballot, use the name of any other candidate. This is the key point coming up. All voters shall be guaranteed absolute privacy in the preparation of their ballots, and the secrecy of the ballot shall be made compulsory. So it's that last piece, the secrecy of the ballot shall be made compulsory. I think that's the secrecy as it relates to how that particular voter voted. And so I see no reason why you couldn't look at the ballots as they were cast, as long as it doesn't contain the voters' information. And I think that's the point that's being made. But I think Ms. Moniz from the Secretary of State's office interpreted that a little bit differently and really thought about absolute secrecy with respect to all aspects of the ballot. Our bill, that's the first one that's on the table, is only trying to fix this issue of getting the list of the absentee ballots. That's the only thing the language does. But I see the point that's being raised by Mr. Freeman and Mr. Armstrong, that why and especially if those ballots have a digital, pictures taken out in essence, why couldn't everybody have access to the ballots themselves? I mean, what is the harm in that? And I think that's the point that's being made. And I frankly agree. And I don't think the Constitution says that, but I think you have an interpretation problem with what the language of the Constitution.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Rowan?
I do, sir, and I encounter in my dealings with the exemplary county clerk in Uinta County, very competent and a congenial lady, but I sense in her and more so in Mr. Buchanan, who's now gone, but there is a certain circle the wagons mentality that I think is just human nature. And I think it needs to be, rather than restrict and define this as not a public record, I believe this legislation should go the other way and specify that as long as the ballot cannot be referred back to the individual voter, that there should be the principle of ballot access should be given primacy.
Can I think out loud with the gentleman? There are a few circumstances where, let me just think. So one thing that's kind of a co-principle of all this is you do not want to identify how any particular voter voted. With me? We wouldn't want that. But if you had access to the ballots, and you might be able to identify how a person voted, and here's why. Because you have some very small ballot combinations out there. You might have a situation where there were only 3 ballots where they were in a particular college district, legislative district, city council district. There were only 3, maybe there were 5, maybe there were 10. And every single ballot didn't vote for candidate Y. Then you have just revealed to candidate Y how people voted. But the truth is, in the tallies, you already did that as well. So is there any harm in actually releasing the ballots? You see my point?
I agree, sir. I think there's it is well and good. The constitutional commands have been well implemented in the statutes of the state of Wyoming, and it is beyond question that the privacy rights of the electors have been addressed and protected. And I'd still like to point out there are other interests that once that ballot goes into the slot, using the old image of a ballot box, after that point, there are other interests that also kick in, which is the right to have the ballot properly counted, an improper ballot to be rejected, transparency and accountability and so forth. So yes, there might be, by some unusual set of circumstances in a particular precinct, in a particular combination of offices, that might allow that kind of backtracking. But I think that at a certain point, a certain rule of reasonableness should also apply, where we say, yes, we've gone bend over backwards to protect privacy. And if in this instance, there's a slight violation of it, then, well, that's just too bad. I don't want to be too frank, but that's what I think. Yeah.
Okay. The questions, Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick, I mean, I might be way off. Put my tinfoil hat on. When the ballot gets in, it gets scanned, it gets in the system. Are those images saved randomly? Or first of all, is there a way that when I walk in and I put my name on that little tab, it kind of gives me a number of what time, when I went in there, right? Is there any way possible that if someone really wanted to get into it, they could see that I was number 10th that day and the number 10th image would match up to, I don't know how the system stores the images of when the ballot goes in. If they don't, then I'm fine, right? But if I walk in and I'm the first one walking in that day and that first image is my ballot, is it saved that way? And maybe the clerks can explain how the images are saved in that system. would ballot number one match up to the first voter and stuff like that? Would that remove my privacy as how I voted? And again, if it's not saved that way, then I'm fine.
The clerks are all shaking their heads no, but
Okay.
go ahead.
I've thought of that problem, sir, and I think if I look back on the most recent election, I lined up with a bunch of people, and I was checked in, and there's no indication on that poll list in the order with which I arrived. I mean, the order in which I arrived just means I was there or I came, and then I stand in a different line depending on my particular precinct and the first initial of my last name, which again is a random sample. Some lines are long, some lines are short, and I'm handed the ballot, and I think there was another table to go through, and I think that may be where the election judge initialed the ballot. I don't remember. And then I've got a choice of several kiosks to go to mark my ballot. I can choose the closest one. I can choose the farthest one. It takes me a certain time to get to each one. And then I may be super intelligent and just be able to vote my votes and get out of there, but I may spend some time. So it seems to me that there are a lot of variations, and when between the time that I show up and am checked off at the poll list and that by the time I put it into the machine, I don't think there's any cause. Because I was there at 9:30 and dumped it in at 9:52, I don't think there's referable back to me.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you much again.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Mr. Freeman.
Do
you have
Is there
another?
anybody else?
What?
Mr. Chairman, do you have any more public testimony?
Any other public testimony? Gail, apparently.
Okay.
And I think Representative Sweeney wanted to talk still, but Ms. Simmons, come up. And try to get everybody out here by 5. I'm just not sure how that's going to happen. Ready, Ms. Simmons? Go.
Gail Simmons, Sheridan County, this time as Civics 307 on both. First of all, if we could go ahead, I would make a request, Mr. Chairman, to add registration date in on that voter registration file. That's in addition to the voter ID. That was data that has been provided for years, and it really helps, for example, when you're trying to work with new voters and finding out what they need in order to feel comfortable. So if we could add add the registration date, and again, it's no more secretive or whatever, because it's doesn't even tell you how old folks are. So if we could add that one. The second one on the bill around excluding that we were just talking about on the images, I would like to request that you add petition signatures in that list, so that if somebody runs a petition to become an independent or runs a petition for a ballot initiative, that those petitions with the signatures, in a way, it's almost a proxy for a vote, that those also are not available for the public. The one thing I was missing from this last discussion was I didn't hear what the purpose would be to obtain the ballot image. So if we're going to make things public that have not been public, it would be nice to hear why, for what purpose. And then finally, on the request previous around getting the scan of the signature on the envelope is not the issue, but he specifically stated he wanted to compare it with the signature on the registration. The signature on the registration is on a scan that has everything of the registration information. So how you'd have to redact all of that, which would be very difficult. My signature from 1974 doesn't look like my signature of 2022. So my registration signature, it probably wouldn't be of utility. So having the envelope, but if you can't get the information off the registration to compare, then what's the purpose? So I think that there's a little bit of difficulty there. It's kind of meaningless.
Questions from Ms. Simmons? Seeing none. Thanks, Scott. Anyone else? Public comment, either bill? Not seeing any. We'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure on too many screens, too many people saying hi to me? We are on.
You've got Representative Sweeney showed up
Pat
after
Sweeney, go ahead, Representative Sweeney. Oh, and I think Ms. Graham is actually on the phone. That's why she's not showing my screen. So Representative Sweeney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I don't think we're really addressing what the problem was. The problem was this would have been my fourth election cycle. Where that's relevant is in the previous 3 election cycles, there is such a thing as an absentee program that I've been able to utilize through my mail house here, based right here in Casper. It's not out of state, whatever. And that's worked very, very well. All I am asking for in either pieces, which I'm not really clear now after listening to some of this testimony, is to get back to the old system. My 4th election cycle that I just went through, we couldn't, there was a change at the Secretary of State. You couldn't readily access through the county clerk like we have in the past. Thankfully, we were able to work with the county clerk, the mail house. I wasn't. I don't understand these things. And get a small, but it wasn't anywhere near the numbers that had happened in the past. And so I just want us to be able to get back to, and I just for the first time understand that this was an interpretation by the attorney and the Secretary of State properly decided this is what we're going to do. And my only request to the committee is let's get back to where we were. Of course, we want to be respectful of people's information. That's not what we were after. We were simply trying to mail to somebody that requested an absentee ballot. You're not going to capture somebody, obviously, that's at the courthouse doing early voting. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the absentee ballot. That's my only comment. And whatever you can do to get that in one of these bills without the other noise would be very, very appreciative. It's too late for me, but in the future, the next round, they will be appreciative of getting it back on track. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sweeney. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I think, and for Representative Sweeney, I think the draft 190 does exactly what Representative Sweeney's talking about, what he's requesting. I think that very narrowly gets to that. We got a little off the track because there's another bill in the exact same section, and a lot of the witnesses testified on that, and we had discussion about that. And that is draft 271. So if we all just, when we get to the voting phase, support 190, we will accomplish what Representative Sweeney wants. And then we can vote up or down the other one, depending on how you feel about that one. But so thank you, Representative Sweeney. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification, Senator Case. And it's not just me. So
I know
lots of candidates across the state had problems with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next up, Ms. Graham, welcome back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much, Chairman Swanitzer, committee members. I'm going to tag off of a comment that Mr. Freeman made in regard to the digital ballot images, and also make aware Deputy Secretary of State Wheeler as well as Interim Secretary of State Allred the 52 USC 20701, which states that all records, papers, and records for an election have to be saved. Now, Secretary of State Allred did mention that, and he did mention that the chain of custody for the paper ballots is very firm, as well as the fact that the paper ballots are preserved. But we're talking about ballot images, and in this bill under consideration, 271, it sounds as if you're trying to make ballot images not even available to the public. Right now, a question is, according to Mr. Sean in a communication I had with him in 2021, April or May, it's not even clear that those ballot images are even being saved, preserved. They need to be preserved because they are the actual object of tabulation in the electronic system. And so I just want to bring to the attention of the committee a federal law, 52 USC 20701, that talks about ballot images. And that's all I needed to say. I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Grimm. Any questions, committee? Seeing none, appreciate your patience with us as we waited there for a bit. All right, any other
Thank you very
public?
much.
Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Representative Ayer, you have a motion?
Well, I just need someone, we kind of got off on 271 without really having it introduced and explained to us.
Oh,
We did.
we did, that is correct. So Josh or Anna, if you want to explain 271, it was short, sweet, in the same section of law and the same kind of
And what it's
discussions.
designed, what's its purpose?
Okay, Ms. Johnson, welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee. So 23 LSO 271, this bill draft prohibits the disclosure of certain election records, specifically cast ballots, cast ballot images, cast vote records of individual voters, and other data derived from cast ballots of individual voters. This was requested by the Secretary of State, so if you have any more in-depth questions, it might be better to ask them, but that's essentially what this bill draft does. I would stand for any questions.
Questions, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Case?
just as a way to proceed, we've certainly had all the testimony on the 290, which is about getting back to the old way we used to request absentee ballots.
Yep.
And so could we just vote on that one and dispose of it? And I would encourage the committee to vote aye, and I would make a motion to do so. And then perhaps we should hear from the Secretary of State's office on the other bill, since they proposed it. We have had a lot of public testimony on the other bill already. So with that, I just hope we dispose of the first bill.
So 190 moved by Senator Case, seconded by Senator Scott. Discussion committee on 190. Seeing none, question being called.
Roll call.
Larissa, if you'd roll call 190, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 23 LSO 190, voter registry list, voter ID, and absentee ballots. Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner submitted an absentee vote of no. Senator Case?
Aye.
Senator Nethercott excused. Senator Scott? Representative Blackburn? Representative Burt? Representative Clausen? Representative Duncan? Representative Ayer? Representative LeBeau?
Aye.
Representative McGuire?
Aye.
Representative Roscoe? Co-Chairman Driscoll? Chairman Zwanitzer? Mr. Chairman, we have 12 ayes, 1 no, 1 excused.
Okay, let's move to 271 then, which does add cast ballots, ballot images, vote records, and data from cast ballots into the non-public records. I don't know, the Secretary of State's office, do you have any comments on this bill?
And Mr. Chairman, while they're coming up,
Yep.
I might plead with folks that have already testified and your testimony covered the second bill. Think about that. You made good testimony about the second bill and it's fresh in our minds. So I do understand your point. Hopefully we can avoid duplicating all that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Karen Wheeler, Deputy Secretary of State. So shortly after the 2020 election, our office and the county clerk's offices were inundated with public records requests for the ballots from the 2020 election. We held that those were not public records. That was the Secretary of State's office's opinion in accordance with Article 6, Section 11 of the Wyoming Constitution, which makes compulsory the secrecy of the ballot. So each county then relied on their respective county attorneys for guidance. The next wave of public records that we had been receiving were now for the CVRs, the cast vote records, and the ballot images. So after receiving several of those, we sought an AG's opinion as to whether or not those were public record. Irrespective of how the AG opined on it, we needed clarity on this. So, Mr. Chairman and members, at the end of a 16-page opinion from the Attorney General, they determined that ballots are not public records and cannot be disclosed. Additionally, CVRs and ballot images contain all the information from a voter's ballot. Disclosure of those records would undermine and negate Article 6, Section 11, and therefore is also prohibited. So, Mr. Chairman, another aspect that we have looked at as well is that the CVR records reside within the ES&S electionware management system, which is a proprietary system, and these records would have to be extracted from that system and reports would have to be created. So we also looked at the Public Records Act, 164202D3 of that act, which states, a governmental entity shall not be required to compile data, extract data, or create a new document to comply with an electronic records request. So those are the two areas in which we have fallen out on, saying that these are not public records. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for clarity for our office and the clerks, and even going into the future, we felt it would be helpful for everyone to be on the same page to have this put into statute. And so, Mr. Chairman, there's also been questions that we have received about tying the ballot to a voter. So first of all, in our conversations, we do take the secrecy of the ballot in a different direction than some people do, the way that we interpret it. And we believe that it would be a constitutional violation to provide the ballot, because even though you can't tie it back to a voter, it is still a ballot that is not a public record. Also, we believe that we're obligated to protect the ballot at every stage. That includes the CVR record and the ballot image. And so, Mr. Chairman and members, for those reasons, we did request this bill.
So quick question, the cast ballot image is proprietary to the corporation. It is not something that's in possession necessarily of the state of Wyoming. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
So, Mr. Chairman, I am actually going to let Director Byrne answer that question. When it comes to knowing our election systems, no one knows them better than she does inside and out. Well, besides our county clerks, that is correct.
Director Byrne.
Mr. Chairman, Andrea Byrne, Administration Division Director, Secretary of State's Office. And from Green River, yes, that is correct. Originally, a long time ago. Your question is, would you just repeat your question for me if you don't mind?
A cast ballot image.
Is it proprietary?
Is it proprietary to the corporation, or is it a voter record that the state of Wyoming actually has access to?
It is
When you contract.
proprietary within the system, within the election management system. So it does reside within the electionware software. As Deputy Wheeler indicated, it would require a user of that computer to extract it and/or create a report in order to meet a public records request.
Would that be every ballot machine? So if I asked for the cast ballots for a county, and I know most of these are requesting the entire state, tell me what that looks like. Is it every voter machine? Is it a compilation per county?
Mr. Chairman, when election results on election night are taken to County Central, they are imported into the electionware machine. Taking a step back, when a ballot is run through a tabulator, that ballot, you have your ballot, and as it runs through the tabulator, an image is created, and the tabulation occurs, creating the cast vote record. All those two components, the electronic components, are then transferred to the electionware computer. So if you were to request the information from a county, it does all reside on one machine. You don't have to go to each tabulator.
Other questions, Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of the practicality of getting it extracted, if there was a public records request, our public records law does allow for a requester to be charged fees for collecting. So I mean, in theory, we could have the person making the request pay the cost to have the company dump the proprietary images. I mean, in theory, we could do that, right?
Mr. Chairman, the manufacturer of the equipment would not need to be involved in the process.
Okay.
First and foremost, because we do not do tabulation of election results at the state level, I would have to defer to the county clerks as the amount of work effort, et cetera, for that to occur. I can just speak to the fact that the software does have the capability.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions, Senator Scott?
Chairman, am I right in thinking if in the possible, but I don't think we've ever had one, case where somebody had evidence of a real fraud was being committed and thought somebody had jimmied or hacked or changed the counting mechanism in the ballot, this proposed act would not inhibit a court from ordering the ability to have select people properly sworn to be confidential, examine to determine if in fact there was a fraud. Am I right in thinking that this bill would not inhibit that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, you're absolutely correct.
Other questions, committee? Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wheeler, I think you said you are inundated with requests for statewide ballots?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ayer, we were buried in requests for our ballots statewide and then per county, which were deferred to the county clerks. We were buried with requests for CVRs and ballot images in the next wave as well.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Case?
I think I'm kind of coming at this maybe a different way. I'm not sure that that's a bad thing, and that any of this information, the previous law talks about really identifying the voters. I mean, that was the gist of this, the text in that's in the bill, the old language. Now the new language seeks to protect the ballots cast, in essence, or the images of them, or whether a person voted or not. And I don't know what the other data derived from cast ballots, but those would be perhaps some kind of tabulations. But honestly, all of those seem to be not anything about how any individual voted, but only about the record of the vote. And so I'm kind of thinking that why would we want to make this not available for the public to inspect? And in fact, why don't we just go the other way? Why don't we just put all this out and have it available at a website or something so that people can actually look? I mean, I look at the Constitution and I see how that relates to protecting how any single individual voted and protect their ballot privacy. But once they write on the ballot and their name's not on it, I think it's healthy for people to be able to see that ballot. So I'm thinking maybe we went the wrong way on this, and this is a good exercise. But if we just vote down this bill, I think in essence, we kind of get to where we want to be.
Senator Scott, question?
Mr. Chairman, question for the Secretary of State's office. Where you have the possibility of a write-in candidate and somebody writes in something, is it not possible that somebody could identify how that person voted if that image, if that cast ballot is available or an image of it is available simply through handwriting analysis?
Secretary,
or at least get a pretty good idea of who cast that ballot and invade the secrecy of the ballot that way.
Secretary Howard.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, that definitely is a possibility if they look at that image, and part of that comes into where that opinion came in. As far as the Constitution requires us to protect the secrecy of the ballot and the ballot. So in deference to Senator Case, there is two ways of looking at that. And the Attorney General, in their opinion, came under that way, that, you know, there may be a write-in. There may be something on that ballot, that image, that would identify that individual. And so protecting the secrecy of the ballot, and that's the direction that the opinion went. Again, you guys write the law.
You almost then need a disclaimer on the ballot saying your ballot image will be public information.
Yeah.
So, you know, if somebody writes their own name in for an office, they just need to know that it's a potential possibility that people will assume that is their ballot. And I feel like you want some type of disclaimer at that point to let the public be aware that.
Poor Mickey Mouse is in trouble, Mr. Chairman, but.
Not worried about him. Other questions for the Secretary of State? Not seeing any right now, thanks.
Thank you.
So let me open it one more time for any other public comment specifically on 279?
271.
271. You have more, it's the same two of you all day. I mean, one of you is running for office, which I appreciate. Mr. Freeman, anything new? If you could say it quickly, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Just real quick, two things. First of all is there's countries in Africa that are absolutely making the ballot images on the internet so that the voter can literally see how his vote was just counted. The other thing I would like to say is I think we understand what the Constitution was talking about with the secrecy of the voter. That's not the ballot. If you can't tie the ballot to the voter, then you've achieved said secrecy. That's all I have. Thanks.
That makes sense. And we go back to the precinct problem is if we make sure all precincts are large enough, then that should be not be an issue. Mr. Armstrong.
I'll make this real quick.
Okay.
If I could, please. I'd implore you to vote this down. This language is exactly what is being used to deny me access to transparency in elections. Transparency in elections is paramount to integrity in elections. And without it, we're going to lose our republic. So please, I implore you to vote this down. This statement that cast ballot individual voters, that is what is being used to deny me access to signatures on envelopes. Any questions? I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. Armstrong?
Mr. Chairman, I think I agree. And the other question is, are there situations when there's a unique number of ballots in a particular situation, particular precinct, particular combination of people they elect that would identify the ballot. But that's already true in the tabulation now. Because you tabulate the votes by precinct, and in that precinct, there may be some unique combination of district or whatever and split precincts that actually identify a voter or a number of voters that happen to vote the same way. But we live with that now in the tabulation, and that information's already there. So I also think we should vote this bill down.
That wasn't a question. Representative Air, question?
Oh, no, I just a comment on the bill. Sorry.
We'll have discussion here in just a sec. Any other questions, Mr. Armstrong? Seeing none. Thanks.
One more comment, please? If you
Why
would.
not? Yep. Go ahead.
The Supreme Court in Doe versus Reed is extremely strong on this issue. And that should outweigh the opinion of your AG. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ong?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mixed up my friend.
You're welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a comment about the Attorney General's opinion. In my considered opinion, it is it reaches the wrong conclusion. The 21 pages or 17 pages roam far afield up to Washington State and down to Colorado. But one thing that the opinion, a very extensive, detailed, and competent opinion, did not consider was the Wyoming statute 22-13-105, providing for no identifying information to be placed on the ballot. And in the absence of considering the effect of that, we ended up with an opinion that accords that quality that I referred to earlier to the ballot as though it has some special thing, just it is a ballot, and the ballot itself cannot be disclosed. And if you look at the provenance of Article 6, Section 11, it came about in 1889, which was a period when there was a great deal of interest, and I mean nationwide, in the secret ballot. And the Australian ballot was the model approach, which many of its elements are reflected in the body of Section 11. The very last clause is a little bit oracular, but viewed in the context of the time, I think that the Australian ballot was to do away with the zoo-like party atmosphere that was observed on election day. It was to do away with colored ballots, party colored ballots, and specially shaped ballots and pre-filled ballots. And it also provided, in so many words, for privacy in ballot preparation. And to think that this oracular last clause added some new consideration. I mean, that computers did not exist at that time. And I've read a 110-page dissertation produced in 1917 by a gentleman on the Australian ballot movement in the United States. And I found no provision in there, no indication that anybody was concerned with what happened after the ballot went into the ballot box. Oh, and one thing, Senator Scott, your point is being also raised by our county clerk, and I think that the provision for redaction takes care of that problem.
Questions for Mr. Ong? Let the committee know that Australia now uses the most sophisticated form of ranked choice voting in the world. For following Australia around. Thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right, we are now on draft 271. Committee, what is your pleasure? Moved by Senator Scott,
I'll second the bill.
seconded by Senator Case.
And urge you to vote no.
Is there further so my question may be, Senator Case, in committee, I'm perfectly okay with taking cast ballot images out. I do think when you say cast ballots, the actual ballots and the vote records, I'm not sure about other data derived, but I do see a space that people could request the images. They could be publicly available for just about everyone, so we don't have to do multiple requests. But when it comes to things like cast ballot and the vote records of individual voters, don't we believe those things should still be outside of FOIAs? And I don't know exactly where Mr. Armstrong's request for signatures falls into. That might be other data derived. And so that's just a sticky place, and I'm not sure where that goes. But I do think there is some validity in some of these sections in the bill. Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I assume that the stack of ballots, wherever they're gone, is, of course, they're not going to leave the purview of the custodian, but I don't really have a problem with someone inspecting those ballots in person in the right situation. I don't think we're going to give them out to people to take them home and say, I looked at them. But if they want to verify, maybe not touching them, but they want to verify that that's the cast ballots. That, remember, we have a lot of people that don't believe our elections have integrity. And I think this would actually improve people's thinking about the integrity. So, and this, I don't think this gets at the signature problem. But it does in a roundabout way. It gets at the absentee ballots, because if you can look at all the ballots, you can tabulate the absentees yourself. And with regard to the signature on the ballot envelope, I'm not sure how that's caught or how somebody might interpret that, to tell you the truth. That might need another fix.
Is there further discussion or amendments? Representative Ayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little bit concerned about the time and financial burden on the Secretary of State's office and the county clerk's office to supply this data. I know we spent a lot of time on public records recently, but I don't remember the details of that bill. Would the requester be required to pay the cost of that?
Currently in the law, they would be required, whatever that cost may be, if they wanted that information, that they would be charged for it.
Mr. Chairman, just in answer to that, I sort of see this evolving. What if all the images were available on a website? And then there wouldn't be any cost. It's just there. And people can draw their own conclusions by looking at the images themselves. And I do agree that with you about a disclaimer perhaps on the ballot itself. But don't put your name on the ballot or identify yourself unless because it's going to be a public record. But anyway, keep going.
Other questions, amendments, thoughts? Representative Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, just a thought about Senator Case's idea with opening this up. So we get into a situation where we have an election that's within 1 or 2 votes. I guess I've been counting cows all fall. We have 3 people do it, and generally it's 2 out of 3 on 100. So I just want this for thought. So if you open this up and you get these tight elections and you have people go back through with nothing else to do but recount these things, and you have 16 different numbers on these close votes, I think we need to think about that, because it'll probably happen.
Okay, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I want to make sure that we keep in mind throughout this whole thing, whatever direction we go, is to make sure that that this doesn't get lost in all this, is the petition signatures that was testified to, those stay anonymous. Those stay redacted.
Are you bringing that motion for this bill? Not sure the bill's
Please,
carrying,
let's
but.
motion that right now.
Okay, move to add petition signatures. What is it on line 8 as part of the protected?
Yes.
Is there a second on that? Seconded by Roscoe. Any discussion? Senator Scott.
So if you then have an initiative petition, is that what you're thinking? And you need to verify the signatures on that. Those things, you need to have those available to some extent at least, because you always have with a big signature petition drive, a significant percentage that are just plain invalid. And so I guess the Secretary of State's office, I don't know whether the clerks participate in that. You have to validate those signatures. They reject a significant percentage, and that is something that the public might want to take a look at. And we need to have some transparency there. I think that's very much a separate issue, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I
And
think,
would complicate this bill quite a bit. I would urge us to keep it out of this one.
so I would wonder if that's an initiative or a referendum signatures. When I think of petition, I think of petitions for the ballot. And I think back to my own family's case where one of my family members ran as an independent, and the candidate who she ran against did not like that, grabbed all of those signatures, 350, publicized them all over the county, and people went after some of them for how dare you sign that petition, and they took a lot of grief because some of them were elected officials. So that's, I think, when I heard the
Mr.
word
Chairman,
petition, what I think.
that's what I was thinking about, more about and that's what the Secretary of State's office, and that's what the clerks do. They verify that information. I don't want those signatures to be public, so that in my situation, the election was ugly, extremely ugly. I lost. And there is now an independent that chose on his own to run against the candidate who won against me. And they're still running an ugly campaign that I have nothing to do with against me. And they're attacking anyone and everyone they can. And if they had access to those signatures, they would use it. So I want to make sure any of those people that were on that signature list, that they're protected. So that's my point.
I'm sure if this bill does make it, we would amend and further clarify what that means, I'm sure. Representative Burt, question, thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the amendment?
On the amendment, it's just petitions, it's not ballot initiatives, correct?
Language is petition signatures. So I would say that's not initiatives or referendums, but we would get clarification as time moves on. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case.
I'd speak against the motion. I don't think that when you sign a petition, you have an expectation of privacy. You just sign it. This is what I believe. I'm sticking it out there. I don't think the Constitution protects it because a petition is not a ballot. I mean, you're not voting. I mean, you might be saying, I want this on the ballot, and it might be an indication of your leaning, but it is not a vote. And even an initiative might be considered a vote, if you think about it. Because you get the right number of things on initiative, you change the law. So I think that is a vote. And so an initiative is something different than a petition. So anyway, I would speak against it. I think the initiative is already covered because it is a ballot in essence.
So the inverse, why is it in the public interest to know the signatures on a petition? To ensure that the correct number of signatures was recorded, or to know which people signed benefit to the public and to the other candidates and to the system is what? Would be I'm just wondering if you have thoughts on that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess it's kind of the counter as well. I mean, I don't think that anybody has, when you kind of go out there on a limb and sign a petition, you're putting it out there, and I think you have no expectation of privacy in that. And it's just like when I put a yard sign in my front yard. Now you know who I am, and you know who I'm supporting. But I'm a little different in all this. I don't shy away from telling people what I think. So I just don't see that.
Further discussion, the amendment, Representative Burt.
Is there anything that would stop somebody from taking a physical picture of a petition with signatures on it before they sign it? So, I mean, if we put this in and it becomes classified and I'm out and about and I take a picture of a petition out there, what's the ramification of me now taking pictures of,
Mr. Chairman. However, that's different. I mean, there's no control, right? As you're out and about and signing. However, it's different once it's filed. Once it's filed, then it's in the hands and the chain and the custody of the state and the public entity. Then it's secure in their hands. You have no control when it's out and about in the public and having it signed. There's a difference from there once it's in the safe security filed with the state. To me, that's the difference.
Further discussion or questions? Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little pushback. I've got 2 ballot initiatives I've been pushing for a better part of a year and a half now. And even though it's still out in the public, it's not officially filed. The process in which I had to go through as an official ballot, it's a controlled document. I have to have members on my canvassing team and my ballot team that at all times have to have control of that ballot. It isn't filed yet with the state, but to go through the process, and the state gave me my initiatives, right? I can't just give you an initiative to carry around and collect signatures. I have to go through a system and make sure that everything is within that. So even though it's not technically filed with the state as a final, I just want to make sure that we don't put an unintended consequence out there by not looking at some things that we may not be seeing. And I said I just have balance. I've gone through the process of balance, so I understand that control process. That's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Chairman, you know what? Representative just brought to my attention the exact same thing. When an independent gets signatures, they have the exact same thing. They have to sign, submit it, they get it approved, it comes back, and they have to have that same control. So
I know about that.
I think I will have to remove my my amendment. Does my second approve?
It does.
So, yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention, because, yeah, that's exactly the same thing.
So we're back on the bill. Further, any other discussion, committee? Seeing none, Clarissa, if you call the roll call vote on 271.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner submitted an absentee vote of aye. Senator Case? Senator Case? Oh, no, sorry, I apologize. Senator Nethercott excused. Senator Scott? Representative Blackburn? Representative Burt?
No.
Representative Clausen? Representative Duncan? Representative Ayer? Representative LeBeau?
Aye.
Representative McGuire?
Aye.
Representative Roscoe? Co-Chairman Driscoll? Chairman Zwanitzer? Mr. Chairman, we have 9 ayes, 4 noes, 1 excuse.
All right, committee, I think we're through this morning's election issues. And now on to 130 free and fair elections. Now, I know if any of you need to take a break, just leave the room, and I'm still going to try to chug through these, because I know several of us have evening events.
Wait, I gotta stay for mine.
Former Senator on Flatern, welcome. We're going to be on 23 LSO 132. Mr. Chestick, welcome back.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike, the floor is yours.
This is Michael Von Flatern. I'm here as civilian, and this is Ken Chestnut. He is with the Wyoming Promise. So, yes.
Yes, I am, and Senator, Mr. Von Flatern is a member of our board, so we're both here representing Wyoming Promise.
All right, and so you've seen this bill?
Several times, and at the last committee meeting, Senator Case and Senator Scott, I believe Senator Scott was going to have an amendment drafted or contemplated.
It's a bill.
This bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
we did that at the last meeting. The committee approved the rewrite, and this is it.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Bonflater.
I would add on page 3, line 6, I would add expenditures for or against any candidate or issue would be the line. So it would read, identification of the source of political contributions or expenditures for or against any candidate or issue, and to limit or prohibit the corporation, and blah, blah, blah. So that's my only thing I have. And so we're going to stand here for questions.
Any questions for Mike or Ken? I know we've been over this a long time, and so we asked at the last meeting to have some wording changes that I believe are agreeable to the two senators, one of which is in the room, but any further questions on the bill to them? Seeing none right now.
All right.
Other public comment
Thank you.
who wish to testify on the free and fair elections, 132 in the room. I'm waiting for Mr. Klein to jump up, but he hasn't done it yet. But he's going to now. Come on down, Mr. Klein.
Can't pass up free and fair.
Welcome back to corporations. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen Klein on behalf of the Wyoming Liberty Group. Always a pleasure to be here. Obviously, it is late in the day, but you're dealing with a major issue here, and I'll shorten my testimony to kind of juxtapose what's in front of you, which is a fantasy, with reality. So it's been obviously a busy 2022 election cycle, and that includes a whole lot of campaign finance complaints. And some are official, some filed with the Federal Election Commission, some filed with the Secretary of State's, some just floating around out there in this dirty political environment we've been discussing. And I think my personal favorite was one that I didn't even anticipate. And the Wyoming Election Code is actually pretty short, particularly the campaign finance provisions. And there it was in a debate. There was some accusations hurled between some candidates about the lack of disclaimers on certain signage. And then I go and I look at the Wyoming Election Code and I see, there it is. There it is. Where does a yard sign end and a billboard begin? This is the excitement, that this is the reality of campaign finance law. And indeed, I've only heard rumblings of this. I don't know if any complaints have been filed, and if so, if the Secretary of State or any authority has taken any action on this. But that's something that maybe this committee could do to perhaps clean up. I don't know, maybe a productive thing, because, you know, all it takes is one really, really zealous county attorney to start thinking that's a misdemeanor. Because I did take an informal survey of Cheyenne, and there were quite a few billboards, I know them when I see them, that didn't have the disclaimer on it. Now, of course, you know me. I've come to this committee many times. I'm this weird free speech guy, so I'm going to tell you what I think of this. Who cares? It doesn't matter at all, not even a little bit, that these billboards for certain candidates don't have a disclaimer on them. Really, it does not matter.
So on this bill,
that's the reality. The reality we're juxtaposing with a radical bill to amend the First Amendment. This will do nothing less than to change the First Amendment to allow governments, including the state of Wyoming, to start regulating political speech again. Pre-Citizens United, I don't need to repeat myself, what Citizens United was about was simply about the ability of people, citizens, to gather, natural persons using the corporate form, whether it's a nonprofit, for-profit, take your pick, to produce a movie. And whether it's Fahrenheit 9/11 or Fahrenheit 11/9 by Michael Moore and his production company, or Citizens United putting out Hillary the movie, that is just good, pure, and speech that should be celebrated and not condemned. So I urge this committee, vote against this bill. There is simply no reason to revisit the First Amendment. It's probably the greatest distinguishing factor we have as a country. It has endured, and there is simply no reason to amend the First Amendment. Thank you. I'll sit for questions.
Question, Mr. Klein. Go ahead, Senator Driscoll.
First Amendment, as it applies to corporations and people, explain the difference to me and tell me, because that's why I see this bill, is this bill deals with corporations. First Amendment has to do with me being able to call you whatever I want to do. So
It's my favorite
maybe,
part.
maybe I'm reading wrong into this, but the corporate end of it's the end I see. I'm seeing unlimited contributions out of a corporation, which is different than an individual. And I apply free speech differently, but I'm not a constitutional attorney like you are. So I'll listen for your reply.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Senator Driscoll. So that really does kind of, and I think going back to the last meeting, which I was unable to attend, probably one of the greatest holes in this whole concept, and this was asked, I think, by Senator Case, is what does this do with the press clause, right? The free speech, you have the freedom of speech and the freedom of press are 2 out of 6 issues addressed in the First Amendment. And as a lawyer, my practice, there's really very little difference at all. Like if I'm throwing down, usually the press means to me, I would say it's in writing or it's a publication, right? It seems that the proponents of this bill have considered the press to be an entity, right? But, oh, we would never touch the newspapers. We'd never touch the television stations, which all happen to be corporations, right? And that's kind of my point, that the press is an activity, right? And it doesn't matter under how you approach this. And really, as far as a corporate form goes, I find that the language that's been added to this draft, organizations that are comprised of natural persons. Okay, well, what am I missing from what a corporation is? Is there some ghost floating around there that is making the decisions? No, these are organizations composed of natural persons. They are making these decisions. Now, I know there's a disclosure provision here. That's a whole other issue of campaign finance law. But my point is, I have never seen the difference. And I think it's important for people to be able to gather, again, whatever business entity, union, nonprofit, take your pick. Just let them get together, pool their money, and speak.
Further questions, Mr. Klein? Seeing none. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Further public comment? Going once, going twice. Well, let me check the internet just in case. Not, we do have one. Nope, she put her hand down. Thanks, Chris. All right, further public comment, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure on Bill Draft 132? Senator Scott? Moved by Senator Scott, seconded by Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
one amendment. Mr. Chairman, on page 2, lines 1 and 2, it now reads, which have made possible dark money campaign expenditures in unprecedented amounts. As I read this, I said, dark money, what's that? Does everybody understand what we're talking about? And I don't think they do. So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to suggest is that I'm going to move, that we remove the words on lines 1 and 2 on page 2, remove the words dark money, and after campaign expenditures, insert whose source cannot be readily traced to natural persons. So we're essentially saying what dark money is in terms that are clear for everybody to understand.
Seconded by Duncan. Further comments, committee? Question being called. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say no. That's passed. I know the presenter, you have another one, Representative Byrd? The presenter did ask page, is it page 2, line 6? Remind me here. Page 3, line, I like hand signals from the audience. Do you remember where it is, Josh?
Page 3, line 6.
Mr. Chairman.
Page 3, line 6. If someone would like to make that motion to add the
Mr.
words or
Chairman.
issue. Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I think also, if you do that, page 3, line 9 after candidate.
Candidate or issue. Okay, is there a second is that a motion, Senator Scott? I can have someone else make it if they want. Moved by Duncan, is there a second? Whereas seconded by Air. On both of those lines, any further debate? Seeing none, question being called, all in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Let's see a show of hands. All those in favor of the amendment to add or issues to those 2 lines, please raise your hand. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That amendment doesn't make it. Any other discussion or amendments on the bill? I'm excited
Mr.
to knock
Chairman?
one out in 10 minutes. Representative Burt.
I just want to make a quick comment before we get into actually on this one. I think at the point where it's been identified and it's been ruled and it's been litigated that the whole thing is free speech. And regardless if we like speech of someone or not, we can't just defend the speech we like. We also have to defend the speech we don't like. That's kind of what we do. Biggest problem I have is we are trying to send a resolution to Congress to adjust the First Amendment. And I can probably speak for most of the people in the room that we probably don't agree with what current Congress is doing with our Second Amendment. So I don't think they would have our best interests as a state. I would see that they would end up protecting themselves, and that we're allowing, or we're trying to give permission to the federal level to tell the state level what we can do. And I also see it as a violation of our 10th Amendment. So with that, I've never liked the bill or the resolution to start with. I would be, no matter what we do on this one, a no on this, just for a lot of reasons.
Some of which you just specified. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and my instinct was to agree with what we've just heard. But we have seen tremendous influx of cash that we just can't trace back to where is it coming from. And I think that is coarsened our elections significantly. I think that being able to restrict, as Wyoming law has for years, contributions to campaigns, candidates' campaigns from corporations is something that is probably worth doing. This is very carefully drawn not to be a call for an Article 5 convention. This is a request to Congress. Doesn't specify the language. If they propose something, all the state legislatures will consider it. They have to get what, 2/3 or 3/4 of the legislatures?
3/4.
3/4, I think. We'll have everybody will have a crack at it to make sure they got it right, because the devil could be in the details in one of these. So my judgment is what we're doing is defending what has been longstanding Wyoming practice. And the experience we've had in the past few years, I think we can say that the federal courts went one step too far.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll.
I took a lot of what I talked about. I read nothing in the bill that restricts free speech in any way. Doesn't do anything. It says you can say whatever you want. What it says is who can give money and being able to have the transparency and knowing who gave the money. That's different than speech. Speech is the ability to make a statement, and you can still make that statement. This doesn't stop that. It says they need to know who's paying for putting it up there. The second part is the question I asked the person before that we still never really got answered is a corporation an individual person? And in my opinion, and I mean, there's court cases go both ways, a corporation does not have a beating heart. It's a group of people or a organization. And we saw that. I'm looking at Representative Fortner in the back of the room, and we saw that. These unknown entities from somewhere show up and make these statements that are blatantly false, and there's no way and there's no accountability on them, and that's fine. They can make those statements. But if they're going to pay for them, you're going to be able to figure out who paid for them. And that's important. When you're one of the ones that got slayed in the election and there's false statements made, it's important to be able to know who made those false statements, because sometimes you can't tell if it's the candidate or the person. And to me, the corporate end, Wyoming's been clear. When you form a campaign committee, I can't take checks from corporations. No corporation can give me a check. And the state's spoken clearly on that. And I think it's a good policy, because corporations can give mass amounts of money. so can some individuals, but corporations can really skew it, and you don't know where they're at. So I encourage us to bring this out. It'll bring some good debate. After all, it is one of those hated things. It's a resolution which we used to routinely kill in our body, but they do make you think about what's going on. And this election, to me, it came home. It happened in my race, and it was painful. I got accused of doing some really nefarious things that were done by someone else, and maybe they were trying to help me, or maybe they weren't. But it sure would have been nice to know actually who was behind it, not some nameless pack from out of state. So I encourage you to pass this on.
Rep. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern about this is foreign influence, and these corporations could easily have a lot of foreign influence, and I don't think we need that undisclosed identification of these people in our election campaigning. Thank you.
All right, Representative Burt, keep it going, apparently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. So we're going to pass the resolution. Congress takes care of this. 2/3 ratify it. Now, we can now identify who has now paid money. It does not stop the flow of money. All you're doing is identifying the players of who donated, but the money doesn't stop going to the campaigns. So what are you trying to do? Just try to figure out who's paying money for whatever campaign we're trying to do? You're not going to stop a corporation from donating the tens of millions to the big campaigns. If you're in a little campaign and they're donating 100,000, you're not stopping any flow of money. Just because you're changing the name from dark to money you can trace, it doesn't mean the money's stopping. So if you've got a really tight race and a now named candidate or a corporation, however you want to write the name in there, they're still going to donate the money. You can still lose because they still have the money. You're just identifying who, and that doesn't stop anything. So all you're doing is you put names out there. I don't see what the bill does beside giving Congress the ability to amend our First Amendment right. I don't get it.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, page 2, lines 14 and 15. This is what we're saying, whereas, and to limit expenditures by entities that are not natural persons. This would allow us to continue our state prohibition on corporate contributions.
For discussion, committee? Seeing none, Clarissa, if you'd call the roll on 132?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner submitted an absentee vote of no. Senator Case? Senator Nethercott excused. Senator Scott? Representative Blackburn? Representative Burt?
No.
Representative Clausen? Representative Duncan? Representative Ayer? Representative LeBeau?
Aye.
Representative McGuire?
Aye.
Representative Roscoe? Co-Chairman Driscoll? Chairman Zwanitzer? Mr. Chairman, we have 11 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused.
And that's likely the last vote you're going to make as a member of the Corporations Committee in 2022, for many of us. Senator Scott.
Would like to explain one thing, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
We did not agree with the amendment to include the issues. And part of the reason for that is we have had in the past, some initiatives that were aimed at particular corporations and businesses. And I'm thinking of the fuss over the triple trailers and the retaliatory initiative that came about there. And there you've got, I think, a special case. So I thought it's best to leave that one aside.
And Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I have some hesitation about the bill we just passed, but I'm looking forward to getting it going forward. I'm a little bit encouraged by what's happening in Arizona. I don't know if you guys are following Proposition 211. It comes at the same issues, but it comes at it by requiring disclosure. It doesn't prohibit funds, it just requires disclosure. I'm not sure that's not a better way. And it might pass, and it might probably have a court challenge. So we might learn a lot from Arizona's experience with Proposition 211, which will be on the ballot. But it essentially goes after dark money, but says, much like Wyoming did with the disclosure statements, but it actually goes farther and requires really the natural persons behind it. So it'll be interesting.
All right, with that committee, we're up to our last item of the day, which is kind of a new interesting issue in Wyoming election law. A complaint was filed that's, I think, in front of you by one of our county clerks against an entity which allegedly filed as a federal PAC, but certainly appears to have assisted a large number of state-level non-federal candidates, and then did not file with the state of Wyoming and has seemingly not filed their expense reports with the Federal Election Commission either. And so the question is, what really is the role when it comes to this type of issues for the state of Wyoming? Do we need something in our statutes? And so I think Clerk Saunders, are you here? Or okay, if you want to come up first, and anyone you want to bring with you, certainly. What? It is late. I know you did have several people here earlier.
Capable of defending yourself.
So if you just give us a little bit of issues on the complaint and what, it's certainly an ongoing complaint, so we'll use language like alleged and where you think this is going and maybe what potential fixes the state of Wyoming can do.
Thank you. Susan Saunders, Campbell County Clerk. I was guilty when I started receiving documents in the mail. I did not keep all of my documents in the mail. Okay? We, historically give out sample ballots. People come in for sample ballots and they bring them back and ask if they can take them to vote into the polls. So, because they have filled the sample out at home. So that answer is always yes. Then these people started coming in with these cards saying, I received this in the mail. Can I use this to vote? Well, I hadn't read the card yet. And so, the answer is yes. So throughout the election, we found more and more. We were informed that churches were handing them out. They were being handed out at the church at different events. And it was saying that it looked like it came from the Republican Party, is what it looked like. So then I had people coming in wanting to see the PAC papers and to see their expenditures and their contributions. So I had none. So we called the Secretary of State's office. They had none. So now we have all this advertisement that we don't know who belongs to the advertisement because they didn't file anything in Campbell County. Now, I want everyone to be clear. I am not doing this because of a particular race. I'm not trying to attack any person on here. I'm not saying they wouldn't have already won if they were on here. However, I'm saying they took this in that was sent to them and we have no information on who, they filed a corporation or with the Secretary of State's office and they filed this federally. So when I sent this to the Secretary of State's office and to the Federal Commission, the Secretary of State's office has said that it was legal, or I don't know if you would use the word legal, because of this statute that says candidates for federal office campaign committees for candidates for federal office, and federal political action committees shall not be required to file contributions and expenditure reports under this section if the candidate or committee is required to comply with federal election law reporting requirements. In research looking at the dates, the corporation was filed first. Then they filed this federally, but they did not file their reports. We received a copy of the letter that the Federal Commission sent to them saying you have not filed your reports. Their report wasn't filed until after I filed the complaint. I think, I have heard, I've been a clerk for a little bit. Attorneys say to me, the intent of the statute. I cannot believe a statute has been on the books with the intent to hide state and county information by filing it federal. I don't believe. I believe, my personal opinion, the intent of the law is if you are supporting someone federally, you file federally. If you're supporting someone state, you file state. County, city, you file with the county. So I'm personally hoping something will be formed to change this.
Thank you. Questions for the county clerk?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a fabulous catch, and that you shouldn't be able to form a federal committee to evade any, you could have a federal committee to support Governor of Wyoming. I mean, there might be some window dressing about another federal candidate, but you would completely escape our laws. And clearly, I don't think we want to do that. So the question is, do we try to fix this right now at this meeting? Or is it going to be an individual bill or what? But I think you've done a really good job of bird dogging this and coming forward.
Thank you.
And I'm anxious to hear if there's any public testimony to defend this, because I think clearly this is just getting around our state reporting requirements.
I certainly leave their requests, and you do have a response being worked on from our Attorney General, and it is being looked into. So I don't know if we're the statutory language, but other questions for the clerk? Senator Scott, and we'll go to Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I think there have been a number of federal PACs that have made local contributions, and I think have done it enough so it's in the Secretary of State's system of who they are and what their address is. It seems to me I remember filing a report with the assistance of the Secretary of State, being as I don't do electronic things very well, but getting some assistance. And some of the there was a PAC contribution or two, such and such employees PAC. That was a federal, and Secretary of State was well aware of it. I think they were filing all their reports. I think the unique thing about this one is they weren't filing the federal required reports. And Mr. Chairman, that's a different issue than can you use a federal PAC? Because I think they are fairly routinely used. The issue here was they weren't filing as I understand, they weren't filing their required federal reports. And sooner or later, I think we're going to have to worry about enforcement. Frankly, I think the feds in general are better than we are in enforcing such things.
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Driscoll, technically.
I'm sorry.
Next. Senator Driscoll, question?
Well, to me, it's a separate issue from what Senator Scott just brought up, and it's back to you. Is there a candidate other than U.S. House that they did? I count 45 candidates on this piece of paper that got handed out, 45, and one federal candidate. So it's clearly a move, in my opinion, to get around the reporting requirements. It's clear, and the state requirements are much different than the federal. I got a box to drop down when they give me money. I took money from federal packs, I get them, phone companies, different people give them to you. They report them. These actually enter directly into electioneering. They enter directly into electioneering with no filing whatsoever. I look at a local auto handout in our area. Obviously, someone paid for an ad in that. And under our election reporting, somebody ought to be able to know who paid for that ad. It sure happens. Every ad that's made by me, someone has to be accountable for it. Does that fit with where you normally see?
Mr. Chairman, members, on the report that has been filed federally, it is through June 30th. And through June 30th, there's only like $112 or $120 that has been expended, 1,800 collected. So I'm anxious to look, and I believe the cutoff period, well, the cutoff is September 30th, but the deadline for the next report is around the 15th, 18th of October. So maybe that report that they hopefully file federally will show what they spent, who they paid for what, and where more money has came from. The donations were all in $50 increments, anonymous. There was one lady who had contributed money and her name was on there.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Follow up?
Does it make sense to you that we move in and make it where on these type of deals, they have to file similar to we do? We have to file the week ahead of the election so that prior to voting, everybody gets to see where your money came from. Does that make sense that we realign our laws? We can't mess with the federal, I get it, but for anybody that enters into a state election, that we use that same window that the candidates use, because I think it's only makes sense that it doesn't do you much good to figure out in December where it went. It's a little past the fact. There's some guys sitting in the back of the room that I think will talk about that, but to me, it makes sense. Does that make sense to you that we go ahead and amend the statutes? And then what would you think would be appropriate for fines and what you do to keep people just from ignoring it? Because we went through this last year on reporting. I came close not to reporting mine because I got upset over the floor debate last year. It's a $500 fine for the whole thing, and you can do it after the election. Well, if I've got 800 people give me all kinds of money that are from really bad places, all I have to do is pay a $500 fine and say, well, gee, I forgot to file my report. I was off chasing cows or doing whatever. And I'm a believer, and I'm asking for your affirmation. Should those penalties be severe enough to keep people from avoiding the law?
Go ahead, Clerk Saunders.
I'm not quite sure if I understand fully what your question is. So are you saying, should we put back into the statute the 7 days prior?
I think they're in there now.
Follow-up answer? Yes. Should we not only make it 7 day prior, but for everything, if they're in a statewide race, everything? And then should we enhance the penalties? Because $500 isn't much anymore. Let's face it. You know, a lot of these races raise $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, maybe 100.
I believe the issue that needs to be addressed is if you're supporting a state candidate, you need to file something at the state level. That's what they supported, state and county candidates, and nothing was filed at either level.
Mr. Chairman, Paul? Yeah, I agree fully with that. What penalty do you think it's appropriate if they just face down you and don't do anything? 'Cause I'm looking, we're going to prepare a bill out of this. I really believe that. What penalty is appropriate? You get to see that. What's appropriate to discourage people from going around? It's clear to me this was an effort to go around the law. They will, next time they just won't, they'll say, well, I'll send a check for $500 and we'll just ignore it. What would be a good detriment to get them to actually file?
In your opinion, go ahead.
I honestly don't know. It's when they file.
where you want to start? Okay. Senator Case was up next as he walks back to the mic.
Looks like he's trying to change.
And then we'll go to
the law every time.
Representative Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I think, Senator Scott, getting back to your point about maybe the federal reporting requirements are even better, they actually don't work for us because our primary doesn't align with the federal reports. So we want them, if everybody else that is involved in a Wyoming election has to follow our reporting guides that are tied to our election dates. So I was thinking that one way we could do this is to bring in that section G, and I think staff might have a better idea, but and it says candidates for federal office, campaign committees for candidates for federal office, and federal political action committees shall not be required to file contribution and expenditure reports under this section if the candidate or the committee is required to comply with federal election law reporting requirements. Here's new language, and they exclusively support federal candidates. Maybe it could be better written, but if you have this federal pack and you do state things for state candidates and state issues, you would be required to file. Are people tracking what I'm trying to say? I think that's kind of a simple bill and we could do it.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, are there do we have the ability to reach out and touch a federal PAC that way with regard to state candidates? I would think we would, but I'm asking any of the assembled attorneys if they know anything about this one.
When they can come up at the appropriate time and share, certainly.
But they are trying to influence a Wyoming election, and therefore they're subject to reporting requirements. I think our Secretary of State's here by himself and the staff has left, but I think that's the law.
After we get through questions for the county clerk in front of us, we'll move on. So where's that, Representative Duncan question, and we'll go back to Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question. In your history, have you, and I know this is kind of an anomaly and everything, but in your history, have you ever seen where they've advertised down to the precinct level? Because we had a very similar advertisement in my area in Goshen County, to the point where I had people call me and ask, hey, is it the same group? Because they were worried that maybe we needed to file as well. We did not have a federal candidate on our flyer. We had all the others, and it was very similar. It wasn't by the same PAC, but it was all the way down to the precinct level as well. And we had never seen something like this, but it was almost identical, but it was a different PAC. And I did some research, it wasn't the same. But we did not have a federal candidate on ours. So have you seen any of this in the past down to the precinct level, listing a slate like this before?
Chairman, Representative Duncan, I've never seen anything like this before. And in the last 4 years, there has been a stronger push to have more party people sign up for the precinct, to be a precinct person on both sides, just so they get people that want to be involved. So we have had an increase of filings, but I've never had a card that I can remember being mailed out saying, these are your conservative candidates.
So for Representative Fortner, you've joined us, and I guess we'll certainly give you the floor while you're here. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me. I just wanted to add to Susan's comment here, and I talked to Secretary of State extensively. I had 4 PACs come after me and put out tens of thousands of emails, tens of thousands of text, tens of thousands of flyers, newspaper ads, and radio ads. and just destroyed not only my campaign, but pretty much my name around Campbell County, and I'm a 5th generation Campbell County native. I got a 2-year-old grandson that's coming up. I can imagine what it's going to do for his reputation. So I decided I will never run for another office anywhere in the state of Wyoming, period, or anywhere. So with that being said, I've dug deep into this. In the Secretary of State's office, when I called him, I said, is there any other states that's bypassing the exemption that we have in Wyoming? He said, yes, there is. He said, there's quite a few states, about as many as is bypassing as many that's kept it in. So we can bypass that exemption. It's been done throughout the United States for these federal PACs to come in here without transparency. They got to come in here and comply to state law, state statute, according to the Secretary of State's office. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Duncan, question?
Just a quick comment, please. I said this out in the hallway to you, Representative Fortner, but I'm going to say it publicly, and I might get teary-eyed. I was in the same boat, and I'm so sorry because I had the same experience. And no one should have to go through that. No one. And thank you for your service while you were here.
Thank you, Representative Duncan. Any other questions for either Clerk Saunders or Representative Fortner while I have them? We're not going to go too far. All right, don't go too far, but we'll see if there's anybody else wants to testify. It's really just on the issue right now. I think Senator Case is working on maybe some language, but without, another meeting before us, it wouldn't be a committee-sponsored bill at this point. But certainly may come forward during session. I don't know if they're, Secretary, come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, this was on this one PAC was a complaint to now my office. Started off with my predecessor. As the clerk said, unfortunately, we do have a statute that prohibits us from requiring anything there. That 22-25-106G. If somebody files as a federal PAC, we cannot require, under the current statute, we can't require them to file reports. And I know, and Senator Driscoll referred to it earlier, there was another, that's a federal super PAC that was playing in this state this election and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, offline, I can tell you who that is. But anyway, the fact is a super PAC doesn't even have to report to the feds as to where their money comes from. That's a child of the Citizens United. So we have a problem here. And to be honest, this last election with the money that is spent in here and some of the things that were distributed, this is probably the dirtiest election I've ever seen in my life here in Wyoming. I would ask that this committee considers removing that restriction in that statute. And if you're going to play in a state race, I think you should file your reports in YCFS. And I also think they ought to be held to the same limits as a state PAC. It's really unreasonable when they can walk in here and spend $35,000 against one candidate. The amount of money in this last election has surpassed anything that has ever been spent in Wyoming. So I would ask that you guys would consider removing that exemption. If you're going to play in the state race, you need to file in YCFS, whether you're a federal PAC or anybody else, and that you should be held to the limits in our state races. And I do believe that we have the authority, you guys do, to require that if you're going to play in our state races. You know, and some of the questions about not filing, to be honest, I remember back the days when there was no penalty if you didn't file your YCFIS reports. And several members of the legislature, you know, the only prohibition was you couldn't run again until that report was filed. So you could wait 2 years or 4 years in some instances to file that report with no penalty. And so we did put some penalties in there. As to the question, what's a reasonable penalty? That's up to you guys. But anyway, that's something for you guys to consider, and I'd stand for any questions.
Questions? Senator Driscoll.
You feel like the super PACs had an effect on part of these races in the state of Wyoming?
Chairman, this last election, I do believe they did.
Thank you. I feel the same.
Like I say, when there was hundreds of thousands of dollars by one super PAC.
Other questions? Senator
Follow-up.
Driscoll, yeah.
How many of these side PACs were there? Because I know just in my race alone, there's 4 or 5 of them that entered in there. Some for, some against. Nearly all of them had a hard time telling the truth. I'm going to say that publicly. I found it exceptionally offensive. I listened to Representative Duncan over Representative Fortner's race, which he was my opponent. I had to sit on my hands not to go run radio ads for him, because when they accused him of being a liberal and a tax person, it was so laughable to me. I was wondering if the guys were trying to help me or hurt me, because no one in their right minds ever accused Representative Fortner of being a liberal. You can accuse him of a lot of things, but being a liberal is not one of them.
Any other discussion, comments? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question about, and you may not have the answer because you're quite new, and you may not have come across this yet. So I have a question about the independent expenditures. In my particular race, there was an obvious independent expenditure that wasn't filed by a PAC, and then the candidate wasn't filed in kind. So there's some coordination issues and things. So where do we go with some of those issues? Those aren't as big, but they were still extremely nasty, very ugly, and detrimental. So where do we go with some of that stuff too? Because there was a lot of people who called the office, but there was no, nothing to do.
That's, I think, a future legislature and a future Secretary of State, and it's just elections have fundamentally changed. I mean, in the last decade for all of us.
Mr. Chairman, just as far as that question, if somebody doesn't file their report properly, like I said, our office, my office, doesn't really have enforcement authority on this. We can refer it to, if it's on a statewide campaign or so, we would refer that to the AG's office for any enforcement on that. If it is in your county, I would suggest that you talk to your county attorney, file a complaint with the county clerk.
Other testimony on just this general topic? I know Senator Case is working on some draft language, but if there's anyone else who wishes to testify, Mr. Odom.
Can I run the draft language by so people can comment it?
Sure. Why don't you read it as Mr. Odom's coming up, and
Sure.
go ahead and throw that out.
So it's a little bit of a refinement from what I gave before, but it's in the same section. It says candidates for federal office, campaign committees for candidates for federal office, and federal political action committees. And then here's the new language: that are exclusively making contributions or expenditures related to federal candidates or issues shall not be required. So if you make anything within the state purview, you would be required. You'd come under the 106 thing. So that, as Senator Scott thinks we have a notice problem, although we didn't notice the topic, we didn't notice a bill. agree totally. So we can open up an individual bill and pile on, if that would satisfy the problem. I think it would.
So that would solve the problem, but it would be a step, right? Anyway, Mr. Odom, you had the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a failed candidate for the state representative of House District 61, I never had to deal with any of the issues that the fine gentleman that was sitting here earlier, Mr. Fortner, had to deal with. But his reputation was such, even as new as I am to the politics of Wyoming, I knew what a joke it was. And I feel like that it needs to be legislated, as you mentioned earlier, or maybe it was Senator Case, what punishment would be enough to make it really hurt if someone attempted this again. And in my opinion, it needs to be twofold: monetary and the ability to operate in Wyoming. And it comes to my mind 10 times whatever they spend in Wyoming as a fine, and the inability to operate in Wyoming again in the next election cycle at a minimum. And because if you're going to have a penalty, it needs to be one that's a detriment. I believe it was Senator Driscoll mentioned the $500 fine. You know, that's nothing, particularly to a PAC or a corporation. So if they're going to violate the rules, then they need to be punished. That's my comment.
No questions? Okay. Mr. Odom. Ms. Lowe. Mr. Klein, you're going to want to speak on this too? Why not? Because it's 5:45 on a Friday night. But Ms. Lowe? I have an 800-person event that starts in 10 minutes. But
Chairman,
go ahead,
esteemed
Jen.
committee members, I mean, this is our last time getting to sit in front of all of you. Why not just extend this time? Jen Lowe, Executive Director at ESPC. I wasn't going to comment on this, but I agree in the direction that this committee is going. In the state where I was born and raised, ugly campaigns have been going on for years. And as long as there are loopholes, they will be exploited. So closing this loophole and making it harder for people to anonymously participate in elections is important. I do think that a penalty that, possibly could be the amount spent would be appropriate, and also cause second thought before people spend money to attack candidates would be appropriate. But I appreciate you taking this up, and that is it. Questions?
Questions for ESPC? Seeing none?
Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Klein, while you're right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so there's now been a lot of discussion about super PACs, about hundreds of thousands of dollars, and about a lot of mean rhetoric in the campaign. But what's in front of you, and I saw 3 different versions of it in the attachment. I urge everyone watching at home to download it. It's available on the legislator's website, is a voter guide that complies with Wyoming law, paid for by Coal Country Conservatives Political Action Committee. It doesn't, where's the negativity on here? What's offensive about this other than the unique spelling of the word sheriff? I would hope even like the Wyoming Promise people would get up here and say, this is the kind of grassroots stuff that you should be encouraging. This makes, this is like food for me. All right, this is why I became a First Amendment lawyer. This complaint, again, I'm not questioning County Clerk Saunders. I understand the concerns here. And yet, the complaint illustrates that this wasn't just a mailer. This was handed out in Campbell County. There's citizens engaging on this. The filings included in this complaint show they could have used a registered agent when they registered with Wyoming. But we have real people. We have news reports that identify these as residents of Campbell County who are engaging in the political process. Why? And Senator Driscoll, it pains me that they have registered with federal and the state. This has all the markings of people trying to comply with the law. $1,800. They're going to pay my billable hourly rate or any campaign finance lawyer to go out there and really show them how it's done. I urge you, please, there's so much, that same problem, this aspersions, this idea we're finding any reason to find people doing nothing but good political First Amendment speech. Anyway, I apologize. I got to calm down. Who needs a drink? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Driscoll.
I think you missed the point, and you're angry, and I understand it. I had no problem with the handout. Don't have a problem. What I have a problem with is complying with the law and the intent of the law. First Amendment rights are great. Grassroots is great. When people start paying for stuff, if you're going to get rid of the rules, I have to follow rules. As a candidate, I sit down every time somebody sends me a check, I put it in the website. I have to report every dime I spend where it went. Now, if you want to talk about basic First Amendment rights, mine should be able to accept money from whoever I want and spend it however I want. I'm not allowed that freedom. I am forced to sit down and enter every check, doesn't matter which one of you gave it to me, put it out. I have to put what newspaper I spent money in, how much I spent, right down to the penny. Yet a group from the outside can go spread, which in this case was not. Okay, and I think you hit a problem here with Representative Fortner. He wasn't cranky about this. He was cranky about absolute misinformation that was posted about him, that were lies, deceitful, and not the truth. And he was left helpless to even figure out who did this to him. And I agree with him. I understand it. He's fourth, fifth generation. He's proud of his heritage. He's proud of what he does. And he's left recourseless for an out-of-state group that came in and literally savaged him to the bone. And then we wonder, when I listen to what you just talked about, why we can't get qualified people to run, because they strip them of all their dignity with lies. I have no problem standing for my record. I'll stand behind it day after day after day. Get me between the eyes for how I voted in this body. Don't come out and tell a blatant lie and then hide behind a corporation or somebody we can't figure out who it is. That's where the problem lays. You agree?
Mr. Klein?
Mr. Chairman, I think we have disclosure, FEC, particularly here. It was just as easy to go to fec.gov as ycampaignfinance.gov to look up these expenditures. As to contorting defamation with disclosure, right? I think that's as a lawyer, I deal in these issues, both of them, right? And tracking down those people, I'm not a Wyoming licensed attorney, but when you are truly defamed, even though it's a public figure, it's hard to do it, hard to win those cases. But boy, it can be done. And a few good subpoenas, there are alternatives here other than creating draconian disclosure violations that will hurt these people, everyone, not just the out-of-state people that you want to get after. So I do urge caution going forward and understand, again, with all due respect to, because I'm the guy who defends anonymous speech who doesn't like it. I stand, but I don't do it myself. But I've seen the alternative, and I see that I just fear that this perception leads to some very bad outcomes for people who are trying to participate in the political process.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up. I'd encourage you to go listen to the floor debate from last year on when we were talking about the penalties, because we went into this at length on the floor. And, it's really interesting because what they did, and I fully agree, they didn't need to file anything. The truth is they're mimeographed copies other than the ad that was in the thing. Any one person could have done it. And I'm guessing the ad that was in the paper was less than a couple $100. So whoever gave money did it. It's fair game. That end of it I get. That happens all the time. We do mimeograph copies now. What I'm really trying to reach out to is more when we get these big money from out of state come in and they reach down through and you're just left defenseless on the thing. And I'm telling you, it has a chilling effect on candidates, an incredible chilling effect. I can tell you at this point in my career, after what I've gone through the last 2 elections, I'd never have started running, I kept going because I got in leadership to the point I could actually reach the top, which, by the way, I get beat up for that as well. But I'd have never run knowing what they've done to my kids, my family, my in-laws. Christ, they dump down to the point and go after my daughter's husband. I mean, and then you wonder why you get no one that's of any quality to run for office. So to me, you'll see me and I'll kick back against you nonstop, is how do we get the best qualified candidates there and make the races as fair as you possibly can. Issues are great things to go after people on. Blatant lies need dealt with. And back to what you were talking, it's really hard to stop anybody, but the blatant lies have got to end at some point.
And that may be larger than the issue complaint in front of us, but thank you, Mr. Klein, for being here. Anyone else just general on this topic? I think, so Senator Case, if you want to try to bring a motion or direct the committee in some way, I'm
Well, I
happy
think
to hear it.
we haven't noticed language of a bill. We've only noticed the topic. So I think that this is probably better as an individual bill, but I would encourage all members to join. I've asked Josh to open up a bill draft. I think the difference that we're talking about here is whenever 2 citizens get together to influence an election, they're supposed to form a PAC in Wyoming. That's the law. Now maybe that's dampening to free speech, but you shouldn't be able to get around the Wyoming filing requirements by filing at the federal level in a manner that defeats the Wyoming level. And so that's what G's thought about federal PACs supporting these federal candidates. That's what it's anticipating, not a federal PAC that also supports statewide issues. So let's close that loophole. I have a lot of sympathy for what Mr. Klein is saying about free speech and anonymity and all that, but this means that if Representative Duncan and I want to take out a newspaper ad, we have to form a PAC and file a report. These guys don't, because they're a federal deal, and yes, maybe they comply with federal requirements or not, but it doesn't match the timeline that we have decided everybody has to do for our election cycle. So anyway, there'll be a bill draft and you're welcome to join.
Okay. Senator Scott?
Suggestion in the bill draft, I think you not only need to modify the language that excludes them, I think you probably have to positively include them.
That might be right.
In the drafting, but please look at that.
And absolutely, and one other thing about the penalties, we might all think the penalties should be more severe, but this bill's not going to deal with the penalties. I just think that gets too complicated, and you'd have to do that for everything. So thank you. Thank you for the suggestion, Senator Scott. So noted, Josh. Thanks.
So any other general public comment to come before corporations this year? I know it's late on a Friday, and thank you for all staying with us. I guess maybe some quick thoughts, because I know this is 6 of our last meeting. We won't be coming back in 2023, so I would just quickly say, I've been here 18 years, and this is probably the best committee I have served on. It was tough redistricting. I know I got beat up a whole lot the last couple of years, but thank you for letting me be your chairman, and I know some of the support you've given me has been well received and thanked, and it's just been a pleasure serving with so many of you for so long. I can't believe some of you are leaving, and I don't know what I'm going to do without being able to call you and just say, oh my gosh, you won't believe what happened today. So thank you for all of your service on behalf of at least your House Chairman. I really appreciate it.
And I'd like to thank both chairman and the members for this. This is the greatest committee in the world. It really is. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both. And it was especially hard on my Senate chairman because he had lots of duties. He's the first one to ever do this, and majority floor leader at the same time. That was an incredible effort. And redistricting, man, that was an incredible effort. And we did good work. It kind of got pulled out at front us at the end, but we did good work. And you guys that are leaving, probably
Goshen County stays whole.
In some cases, In some cases, you lost your elections because of the tough stances you took in this committee. And you can be proud if you were working this committee, every one of you. And staff, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, with that, safe drive home and look forward to seeing you all in 2023 in whatever capacity. If you're not officially serving, we look forward to seeing you in Cheyenne or visiting you in your communities. Thank you much. Anything else, Josh or Clarissa or Anna? Okay.